meeting will be called to order in just a minute, and SPS TV will begin broadcasting. For those joining by phone, please remain muted until we reach the testimony period and your name is called. This is President Rankin. I am now calling the June 26, 2024 regular board meeting to order at 4:26 p.m. This meeting is being recorded. We would like to acknowledge that we are on ancestral lands and traditional territories of the Puget Sound Coast Salish people today and every day. Ms. Wilson-Jones, the roll call, please.
Director Briggs.
Director Briggs has let us know that she will be coming from another engagement.
Director Clark.
Present.
Director Hersey. Here. Director Mizrahi.
Present.
Vice President Sarju.
Present.
Director Top.
Here.
And President Rankin.
Here. I will turn it over now to Superintendent Jones for comments.
Thank you, President Rankin, board members, and audience here today. I want to thank you all for being here tonight. As we close this school year, I want to express my gratitude to educators and school staff. Their hard work and dedication have been instrumental in shaping a successful school year, and I deeply appreciate all that you do if you're watching. I also want to extend a thanks to the 23-24 cohort of our student board members, Ayush, Luna, and Lola, whose voices have grounded us in our conversations around student perspectives and student needs. Tonight, the board will be voting to usher in the 24-25 new student board members, and we're excited to welcome this new group forward. I'm also proud to share that 27 of our schools have received state recognition this year for their achievement, and this was from the Washington School Recognition Program. This honor highlights the significant strides in closing opportunity gaps, impressive growth, and academic achievement for our students. This also is a testament of the hard work and dedication and collaborative efforts of our educators, students, families, and community partners. Together, we are creating an equitable and thriving educational environment for all of our learners. And this group that recognized our students, our schools rather, OSP, it's a combination of OSPI, the State Board of Education, and the Educational Opportunity Gap Oversight Accountability Committee. And so 27 of our schools have received that recognition. Tonight, we will also discuss budget resolution, which represents the culmination of a year-long process with many conversations. The proposed budget is designed to drive us towards greater sustainability, stability, and ensuring we can continue to provide high-quality education for all of our students. We will also discuss our well-resourced schools planning this evening. We went out and heard from community. Families and staff want to understand our planning process and react to our proposals. Tonight, we will share criteria of our decision-making, such as budget, enrollment data, building condition assessments, program consideration, and the community input that we've received. Simply put, we are trying to ensure our student outcomes are met. We will take the time and bring the expertise in internally and externally to ensure that is the result. We are still grieving and healing from the loss of Amar at Garfield High School. And as we look ahead to the next school year, I want to reiterate our unwavering commitment to safety and security in our schools. It is a top priority to create safe environments where our students can focus on learning. We are expanding plans to include gun violence prevention in our high schools and increase mental health support for all grades. $2 million is being allocated to improve school building exteriors and campus security. And throughout the summer, I will be in conversations with our regional and our building leaders about the needs of their school communities. Our campus safety also depends on our community reporting safety concerns to our district app and our hotline and I encourage you all to visit our website for more information. Thank you for your all continued support and partnership in making our schools a safer and nurturing place for our students to learn and grow. In closing, I know we have a full agenda this evening. I'm looking forward to a productive conversation. Thank you all for your commitment and participation. And for those of you listening, have a wonderful summer. Thank you so much. Back to you, President Rankin.
Thank you. I want to give a special shout out to one of the schools on that 27 list, which was so exciting to click on that link and see such a large number of our Seattle public schools getting recognition. Wedgwood Elementary, the Mighty Marmots of Wedgwood Elementary, are one of the schools on that list, and I happen to have run into a very special education teacher from Wedgwood and learned that after some challenges that we eventually were successful in navigating with my son, they have identified other students who would benefit from the same type of support that he received, and their shorthand for it is named after him in the building. So that's just an example of, and they were, Wedgwood was recognized for closing gaps, which was really exciting. And, you know, I don't have as personal connection as those other schools, but it's the type of work that exemplifies what we want to support and uplift the most in Seattle Public Schools, is when our educators and staff recognize that students have different things that they need to be successful and are willing to do what it takes to provide it to them so that they can be successful. And that's what that list represents, and it's really great.
27.
Yeah, 27, that's pretty awesome. All right. So this is the board comments section of the agenda. We do have a lengthy agenda ahead of us, but I want to briefly address some action items that we will be getting to. One thing is something we've gotten a few questions about. As we close out our current year of board meetings, we have to set the regular meeting dates for next year, which you'll see is on the consent agenda. State law provides for two types of meetings for bodies covered by the Open Public Meetings Act, which includes school boards, regular meetings and special meetings. Under state law and our policy, the full board sets our regular meeting dates, which are our regular legislative meetings, like this one. And that is the dates we are being asked, or that Superintendent Jones and I are presenting to be approved tonight. Special meetings, work sessions, engagement, anything else that's not this format, this very kind of formalized structure, can be called and set by the board president. The full board doesn't need to vote on those. And we set the regular board meetings first so that we have that kind of foundation for the year. And then we add in more meetings. So we do, by our own recommendations from our ad hoc governance committee, aim to have 2 full meetings of the board per month. But one of those will be a regular board meeting, which is this one, and the other one will be work session, engagement, other types of meetings, and we just don't have to approve those as a full board ahead of time. So I'm designating that we're not going to only meet once a month. It's just that legal definition of a regular board meeting is once a month. And so, special meetings can include executive sessions, meetings of the audit committee or any other ad hoc committees, board retreats, working sessions, and engagement that takes place with a quorum of directors. We had 2 of those just in the last couple weeks, for example. Our board also participates in sessions and opportunities for training and cross-state and cross-country collaboration with Washington State School Directors Association and the Council of Great City Schools. So our regular meeting schedule reflects allowance for not overlapping with those things. So directors, I will ask you to continue to hold your Wednesdays open for school board business for the next year while we work to confirm the rest of our calendaring, but the only ones that we're approving tonight are those regular meetings. Anybody have any questions? Okay, cool.
I guess I do. Is it possible for those of us who need to schedule way in advance for us to get the other dates on the calendar as soon as possible, or is there a time frame in which we can commit to getting those additional dates on the calendar?
Yes, my proposal would be that we plan out what we want to do at a retreat in August, instead at least through the fall and even forecast into the next year. But just we didn't set. So we had a really interesting start to the year and spring. So we didn't set our targeted work plan that would have extended through December. So if we do that, then we can add in the dates.
Fill in.
Yeah.
Because what I'm concerned about for me, who is looking to find childcare for these times,
Yeah,
but
totally.
also to folks who want to come to these meetings, is to have them pop up in an odd ad hoc manner or late in the game without a lot of advance notice. You know, if it comes up the month before, even sometimes I can't find childcare and I can't be here. Okay.
Yeah. Totally understood. Yeah, and I know people have work schedules and all kinds of stuff. So after our consent agenda tonight, we also have several action items, including selection of our school board members for 24-25. Do we have them here? Okay. If they were here, we would have asked some of our selection committee to come say a few words if they would like. But even though they're not here, I could still say thank you so much to the Student Selection Committee for their work this year in vetting a record 88 applicants, which is pretty astounding and exciting. And thank you to all the applicants. Through the depths of the applications, it is abundantly clear that we have a lot of talent and leadership in our student body, which we already knew. So we will be appointing the student member positions by a formal vote of the board this evening, and of course, when they take oath of office in September, we will have more time to hear from them and provide that time and recognition. But just for right now, it is pretty exciting that they got through that process, and I had the opportunity to sort of accidentally meet one of them at one of our board engagements. And if they are any indication, we have a great another group to follow an already great group. So thank you so much again to the selection committee. Some logistical notes. After comments, we were going to move down from the dais to the U for the well-resourced schools update from the superintendent. Testimony is scheduled to begin at or after 5, so I will pre-apologize if you're aiming for us to start right at 5. We will never start before the posted time since people might not be here, but we're going to take the time that we need for the presentation that the board and a lot of the public really wants to see, so we may not be able to start right at 5. But thank you for your patience. Let's see. We have a budget public hearing scheduled for after the regular board meeting, which is an annual thing. It's separate from public testimony. It's specific to the 24-25 school year budget, which we have been working through in sessions all year. We need to do final approval on that, and so we have a hearing prior to that. It gets noticed in a different way than the regular board meetings, so that's also we have to pick a very specific time, not knowing exactly how long the regular board meeting will be. So if we get to 8 p.m. and we're still in regular board meeting, we will recess, have the hearing, and return to the regular meeting. If we finish our regular board regular board business prior to 8 p.m., we will adjourn the regular board meeting and we will not start the budget hearing early. We need to start it at 8 p.m. as that's when it was legally noticed. Yes? Okay. So the public hearing signups are done differently than public testimony. For the public hearing, that is strictly limited only to the budget for 24-25. And the sign up for that will be available in the back of the room. And if you wish to provide remote testimony for that, there's a link provided on the hearing agenda to sign up in advance, but everyone else should sign up on the sheet in the back of the room. Okay. Let's see, we have an announcement of some completed audits from our audit chair, but as she has yet to join us, I will hold on that. Do we have any other liaison reports from anybody on the board? All right. Well, directors, we will move to the tables then at the front of the room now, and please take your microphone with you.
Not for this section, yeah.
The floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you, President Rankin and board members. We want to take an opportunity to do an update. I know that we had the June 10th meeting postponed due to a couple of reasons. Since that time, we've been able to take a step back and look at what do we need to get done for making sure that we're in tune with the community, with our board, understanding what is it that we need to do for completing a plan for a system of well-resourced schools. What we heard from the community is that there's more information needed. There's an opportunity to have more transparency. There's an opportunity to frankly bring our community along to the understanding of what's in front of us. And how do we get there to really create a system of well-resourced schools is a community effort, and we want to make sure that we're taking the appropriate time and care to bring folks along with us and for us to be able to understand what communities' wants, wishes, needs, concerns are. So as we go forward, we're endeavoring to make sure that that happens. With that said, next slide, please. We want to talk about today what we've done, what we've heard, and particularly in what we've heard is a need for transparency and trust. We want to make sure that we provide information on budget, enrollment, criteria, timeline. There's been questions about instructional models, IEP support, dual language immersion in option schools. There's been questions about class sizes, consistency, and what's the transition going to look like. Questions about the clear connection to student outcomes. And then what are our actions based on what we've heard? So that's what we're trying to do tonight and into the next types of meetings that we have with you, whether they are work sessions or simply updates like this. We want to continue to have these opportunities to share with you all. Next slide, please. So where are we today? Our process, we've started the process for research and review. We continue to research options to align with our strategic plan and our goals and our guardrails. We want to continue to review other district strategies as enrollments continue to drop across the nation. we're not the only ones in this predicament, and we're thinking about what are the best practices. What are some of our colleagues in California, in Colorado, in Texas are going through a very similar set of circumstances. Community input. In fall of '23, we had our well-resourced school inquiry and visioning to find out what is it that people believe a well-resourced school is. And in this spring, we've talked to our community about well-resourced schools, and we've had information sessions. And so the scenarios right now we're looking at, how are we analyzing the academic opportunities within, keeping mindful of the enrollment and attendance areas, the demographic and integration effects, and then the site classifications. And so these are the steps that we're taking currently to really get grounded in what's going to be in ultimately our plan. Next slide, please. Bev's going to start to walk you through the community feedback and what we're hearing, and synthesize that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening to the board and also to our community. Yes, we are going to discuss how we are going through our process of community feedback, and then on the other side of that, we will connect it to how that translates into our academic alignment. So as we begin, yes, you certainly see that our community feedback was intended and started almost a year ago. We're almost at that point. We started in August 2023 with a conversation in our community to talk about shaping the values and the aspirations of our community, and what is it that our community wants to see in terms of our schools. That vision is supposed to be and is the framework for which we will build a system and a vision for well-resourced schools. Moving on. Ooh, okay. In terms, let's go all the way back to August. Some of this our board has already seen, but I want to make sure that it's fresh in our minds as we begin the conversation tonight. In fall 2023, August to October, we began the conversation, and many of you came to our 5 sessions. One of them was virtual. The others were spread across the regions of our school district. And we talked about facilities and learning spaces. We also talked about academic and extracurricular pursuits, and support services and resources for our families and for our students. And what we began to see and hear is that schools are definitely the hubs of the neighborhood. You see some nod there in the first category to safety and security, which is top of mind for everyone, as well as making the library the centerpiece of the school, as well as making sure that we had opportunities for student reflection and diversity throughout the school. Moving into the next category, academic and extracurriculars, there was a lot of conversation about making sure that we celebrate and really work with our dedicated, skilled educators, arts programs, our physical education and extracurricular programmings, our arts programming, top of mind for parents, and then moving over into our support services, that there was definitely a cry for mental health resources for our students, making sure that our special education and advanced learning offerings were top, multilingual learner services top as well as our transportation services. So this became our anchor survey, our anchor efforts. Moving on to the next slide. And in the spring, we went out to the community to verify what we heard from our families, but we specifically went out to our students. We put out a district-wide survey to all of our high school students and held some in-person focus groups. And what you will see is that we had a great representation from our students, around the 500 student participation level, but when you drill down into that, the number of students participating of color, Black students, was definitely increased from our in-person sessions that we had before. Looking in the categories, we kept the categories the same so that we could compare, yes, facilities, learning spaces, academic extracurriculars, supports, and services for our students, still those categories. You can see that our students said, hey, outstanding library, all of the things that our parents said, but they began to get it a little deeper and a little more rich and be specific about what they wanted to see, such as, they want interior spaces that are particularly designed for learning as well as for that social interaction with their peers. If you go over into the academic and extracurricular spaces, definitely want to see physical education and athletic and arts and music programming, but they want to see diversity reflected in the curriculum and in their instruction. If you're looking at support services and resources, all of the things that their parents or families wanted to see, however, they wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to really address bullying, harassment, racism across every area of the school. They really wanted that particular piece addressed. We're going to the next slide. We kept the conversation going to verify what we thought we heard and what we learned. We also held focus groups with many of our multilingual families. They came and sat and said, yes, all of the things that you saw, everything is important to us. However, we really want to see and desire more educators and instructional supports to support the academic growth where it is needed most. So really targeting our resources. And then when it came to support services and resources, that making sure that we absolutely had services for our multilingual families and making sure that that goes as deeply and richly as it possibly can go. Moving on to the next slide. So that brings us till now. Just a few weeks ago, we began going back into the community to talk about our initial planning for well-resourced schools. And we wanted to bring that to the community because they are not necessarily always in our board meetings with us. So we took that presentation out to the community, and we had 4 stops, including a virtual meeting. Approximately 1,400 individuals participated across those sessions. Again, the intent was to expose the information that we had always talked to you about and bring that to the community in those information sessions. Would you please go on? And in those sessions, we also offered an opportunity to do a virtual community survey, district-wide. The respondents at the time, approximately 1,100 individuals responded. They were able to leave their thoughts on a particular question. As we proceed through our planning and we're considering consolidation, what would make the process smoother, more equitable for students, families, and staff? Again, 1,100 respondents. They put in about 1,000 thoughts, and those thoughts, every person participating was able to go back and rate, so almost 30,000 ratings on top of all of that. So it was a pretty robust conversation online. Yeah.
Sorry, really quick, by ratings, do you mean respondents rating other people?
People's thoughts.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, so like a, I agree with this kind of thing? Okay, I didn't know what you meant.
I
Thank you.
agree, or this doesn't
Got
represent,
it,
yes.
got it. But, yeah, okay.
Yes,
Thanks.
not a problem. Would you take me to the next slide, please? So, across that community information session, or those community information sessions, Dr. Jones already started and brought us to some of the things that we've been hearing. In order to create more transparency and create that sense of trust that's needed to really invest from a community standpoint in our planning, more detail, more detail, more detail on our budget, more detail on enrollment, more detail on the criteria that we're using in our planning process, and more detail about the timeline. Again, inspiring transparency and trust. We want the community to come along with us and not just be around our decisions. Also, the questions rose regarding, what does this look like? What does a well-resourced school look like in action? The instructional model, dual language, all of the services that our families are using, how does that work in our model? And then lastly, the class sizes, consistency, and transition. How will it operate? How will we get there? How will we take care of each other along the way? So that really began, or the initial findings from our community information sessions. We're still working with that data, still massaging it, and we will have a more full and complete report at a later time. But these are the initial types of questions, initial pieces of information that our families and those attendees wanted answered. If you go on to the next. And as I promised, how does that connect to the academic vision for well-resourced schools? What are we using this information for? And that is to make our schools, our elementary schools that are serving our K-5 students, how do we make those stronger? How do we make that robust where students can thrive? To do that, I want to introduce Dr. Torres.
Good evening, board directors and community. I'm going to take a little bit of the information that Chief Redmond shared with us, just share the 8 buckets kind of that those fall into, and then I'm going to give 2 specific examples from those buckets of how would we do this from an academic lane in Seattle Public Schools. So next slide, please. Essentially, what we look at here, this is a distilled down version of the information that Chief Redmond just shared with us, broken into 8 different areas. I'm specifically going to talk about the inclusive learning for every student area and the social and emotional learning support area, and discuss how would this look in action if we were to do this. We understand this is what we heard from community that they wanted. How does this look in a public school district in Seattle? Next slide, please. So one of the things that we work on in Seattle is inclusion, and so this very much directly aligns with the inclusive learning for every student construct, in addition to the social and emotional learning support construct. So the way that we work it in the system currently, and that we've had some success with that I will share shortly, is through redefining a multi-tiered system of support, doing a universal design for learning approach, and pushing on restorative practices across the system. So essentially, we have cohorts of schools that are going through this process, and what they receive is intentional coaching and support throughout the year for them, for their educators, through members down here at the central office. We also have support from Novak Consulting Education, which is an OSPI recognized support for this type of work. And through that work, we work on getting the inclusionary practices to work across the system. There are a few metrics that we look at. So if you could go to the next slide, please. We're going to talk a little about the outcomes that we've seen of this work by being very intentional in the approaches. And so if we go back a few years ago, one of the things that we were really looking at as a system is how do we get indicator 5A up? And I'm going to do a Cliff Notes quick version of what that is. When you do special education programming, one of the indicators that gets looked at is 5A. Indicator 5A essentially says that students who receive special education services spending 80 to 100% of their time in general education classrooms. This was a big problem of practice for the state of Washington and also for Seattle Public Schools. If we remember back at one point, we were one of the lowest performing states in this indicator in the United States. And us being the largest school district, guess what? We get to help pull that lever in a different direction. And so we put some intentional work behind it. That's how some of this came to be. But if you look back to 2020, 2021, we were at 66%. And that's when we started putting a big emphasis on this. And if you can look, you will see that it went up by 3% in 21, 22. By another 3% in 22, 23, which are our preliminary numbers, and it looks like we're going to grow the number again by another % in 23, 24. And that's just for Seattle Public Schools. If you crosswalk this with the state of Washington data, you'll also see that they've seen a 2% increase in this indicator. So just sharing this as we have heard from community that inclusive learning spaces is a priority for us. This is an example of how, through intentional work on this construct, we can actually get outcomes for kids. The next one is around our panorama climate data. This is another data metric that we look at when we talk about inclusion in Seattle Public Schools. And there's what they call the inclusionary practices constructs. Those are questions that we actually ask our students and say certain things like, I can see myself in the curriculum, or I have choice in what I'm doing, et cetera, et cetera. So since we've started this initiative, for example, we started collecting data in the spring of 23. And for our high school students, we've seen a 3% increase in 1 year already in student perception of how they're experiencing inclusion in Seattle Public Schools. Another example is in our middle schools. within a year of starting to implement some of this work, a 2% increase in our middle school students saying that they feel more included in our schools based on these survey data. And then I just want to give one school level example, but if you were to go to Gatewood Elementary, Principal Kina Hogue was one of our early adopters. She was very much, her and her team wanted to be an inclusion school. They wanted to push on this. So they jumped in right when we started doing some of this work and happened to be one of those schools that Dr. Jones just noted earlier today for the 27 schools that are going to receive a state award. And their award specifically was for growth for one or more student groups. And so just wanted to share examples of how this could work in Seattle Public Schools in a system of well-resourced schools, specifically aligned to what community is saying they want to see and how we can get outcomes for kids at the same time. So at this point, I would like to pass over to Chief Podesta, who's going to give us a little bit more about the budget stability and enrollment numbers.
Thank you, Dr. Torres. And I'm going to veer a little bit outside my lane and echo the thanks that Chief Redmond gave to people who came to our meetings, our community input meetings that we've had last month. I had really good conversations with many people, and we knew we have smart and discerning constituents for our district, but the great questions they asked us will make any proposal we come forward with a lot better. And I just really want to thank people for, again, some of these subjects are difficult, but all the discussions I engaged in were very constructive and also really helped us think about how we're talking about this. So I just want to echo Bev's appreciation for folks' participation. So budget and stability, this whole discussion of well-resourced schools, the formal direction that the superintendent and staff have gotten from the board have all come in the guise of fiscal stability resolutions and actions about fiscal stability. So we want to keep track of how these things interrelate. If we could go to the next slide. And so stability and balance go hand in hand, and working on our financial stability is really balancing the needs of students versus the resources that we have, and balancing where students attend school and how educational services are delivered to them, what sorts of programs and staffing we have, and how those are distributed across the system. And then we have great resources in our buildings. We have millions of square feet of physical plant serving students, and those are great resources. They are not inexpensive to maintain or construct, and so making sure that we're being judicious in how we use those assets and think about right-sizing our physical size is really important, and that's really what a lot of this discussion on the technical side ends up being. If we could go to the next slide. So as we've faced up to the seriousness of our financial situation, we recognized a couple of years ago, really, that we needed to get into multi-year budget planning, not trying to solve problems one fiscal year at a time. That's why today, before this body has adopted a 24-25 fiscal year budget, we're already talking about 25-26 because we have to keep considering what our present actions mean in the long run. So these are, this pie chart is meant to represent the 4 broad categories of strategies we can consider to fill the projected $94 million operating budget gap we have for 25-26. And so working counterclockwise from one-time solutions, those include things extending the furlough days that we've had for the central office, leveraging budget reserves and funds that we still have remaining to us year-end carry forward. We are, since we're a tax-free organization, we're eligible for some refunds and credits based on some of our capital work around energy efficiency. Those are kind of one-time attached to those projects. So there are a variety of things that we can do there, again, that are not necessarily sustainable, but will be relevant to that year. We're heading into a long session, a legislative session, and so there are things at play that we estimate it's, realistic to think about $10 to $20 million enhancement to funding models for special education services, perhaps regionalization of how we can use levies. There are a variety of proposals that we think that's realistic. And then we are going to have to look at some other non-school reductions on the order of $5 to $10 million. Go back. There you go. That's always the case. Going another bite of the apple at savings at the central office departments, again on the order of $5 to $10 million. We need to reduce our transportation costs. The largest single action that we've discussed many times is transitioning to a 3-tier bell schedule. There are probably other things we can do. That's a realistic savings we think we can get from our roughly $50 million transportation budget. But the fact is, over the last 2 fiscal years, we've resolved big problems. For the current fiscal year that's ending soon, we resolved a $131 million structural budget deficit. For the budget that's being proposed that you all will adopt on July 2nd, hopefully, we resolved a $105 million gap, and then we're projecting the $94 million gap for the fiscal year after that. In those 2 years, we worked hard to maintain schools as our highest priority and try to shield reductions from resources that are allocated to schools as best we could. We also used special one-time funding for each of those years. We liquidated our economic stabilization account for the current fiscal year. For the coming fiscal year, we've are taking out an interfund loan from our capital reserves, which we have temporary authority to do. But we're at the point now where those solutions aren't available to us, that we're going to have to look at doing something about the resources that we spend in school buildings. If we could go to the next slide. So we've talked about that this creates a decision point for us in terms of how we want to think about how many schools we operate. And it, in the simplest terms, it comes down to will we make reductions in each school building, or will we consider operating fewer school buildings? So neither of these is a proposal. This is a model of, because we've already made reductions in non-teaching parts in school buildings. We've reduced our custodial services. We've reduced maintenance costs. So we're really down to things that have direct impacts on students. And again, right now we're modeling about $30 million need from school-based reductions, or we could continue to consider school consolidations and transitioning to a system of schools, elementary schools, that each have more resources rather than taking reductions at the resources. And again, this board has directed us on a couple occasions, you need to pursue this strategy and come back with a recommendation. So we're working hard on that. If we could advance the slide, please. And I'm sorry, could we go back one more? I want to make, so some of the great conversations we had in the community input sessions we had last month, where people really wanted to get more detail, wanted to understand some of the details behind this. It's somewhat dense and doesn't lend itself to being presented in a slide deck, so we will attach appendices to this deck that, for instance, nobody was satisfied with our answers. Well, how much money would you save at each school that you close? And we kept describing a range, so we have a data set that will be attached to this presentation that shows the projected savings for all of the 73 schools that we're talking about that serve, and the categories of savings across the system. So we have 4 data sets that we're going to try to supply people attached to this presentation. So I'll try to highlight those as I go, and that's one, savings per school. So now, I'm sorry, if we could go ahead. So as I said, in talking, we've gotten so close to some of this work technically that we don't always appreciate, are people understanding what we're saying, and how can we make this clearer? I think we have an enormous opportunity to be clear about how our finances and the interplay between our finances and enrollment, because a lot of folks ask me questions about, well, if you could increase your enrollment, would that solve your financial problems and remove the necessity to look at school consolidations? And we want to be the educational service provider of choice, so new enrollment is great. Of course, we would love to increase enrollment, but just from a purely financial perspective, our revenue is allocated by students, so it does bring new revenue, but it also brings new costs, and ideally we sort of break even, and that per student allocation is great to cover marginal costs, so hiring more teachers, more instructional assistants, things that are fungible based on how many students, that works. What doesn't work are managing your fixed costs, like keeping a building open. Things that you can't easily change if enrollment is down at a particular school. So I just want to kind of dispel the notion that the key part of our financial issue relates to enrollment. It certainly has a factor. If you look at this model, if we got 4,900 students back, maybe we'd end up 6 million to the good. We could end up in the red, depending on where the students go, what type of services they need, which school they attend. So it's complicated, but that isn't really the main issue. And the reason we're having the discussion is how many buildings do we need to serve the students we have? And finances are related to this, but it's not as causal as people think. And that became really clear to me in having discussions at these meetings, that the way we're talking about enrollment and how it affects our finances hasn't been clear. We could go one more.
Fred, President Rankin has a question.
I flipped through and made sure, yeah, can we go back a slide? I didn't see what I'm about to say noted in here. So the other thing I want to say about this is that there are not 49,000 students in Seattle, or 4,900 students in Seattle to come back to Seattle Public Schools. So that's not only does it not suddenly solve all of our problems, but it's imaginary. Because I pulled state data on private school enrollment and homeschooling. Enrollment in Seattle Public Schools has declined by 8% since the 2018-2019 school year to now. Enrollment in private schools within the boundaries of the Seattle Public Schools district has also declined 8% over the same amount of time. Homeschooling has peaked or spiked during the pandemic and has returned to pre-pandemic levels according to the state data. So that is also just, even if 4,900 students would solve the budget deficit, which it won't, that's not a reality that can be pursued because those students don't exist right now. Not to say there aren't more students that we would love to have return, because we want students in Seattle Public Schools, period, but we don't want them because they're going to bring us money. We want them because we want to educate our students and we think public schools are the best choice for them. Just to be super duper clear.
If we had a perfect system, we'd break even. That would be the goal, is we serve the students that need our services. We're a provider of choice, and a perfect adaptable system, our finances would balance based on how many students we have. But that means you have to be attentive to fixed costs as enrollment goes up and down, and buildings are a huge part of our fixed costs. And so if we could advance the slide. So enrollment, again, this is kind of a segue between the budget and enrollment, and we could go one further. Our enrollment forecast during the pandemic, we had a decline that was faster than we expected. We have long, for many, many years, have forecast this decline in enrollment, basically looking at birth rates in the area, and then maintaining very close ties with city planners on the issuance of building permits. What sort of housing is expected to come online in the coming few years really helps dictate, are we expecting family housing? Are we expecting lots of students to be living in the district? And our accuracy at the system level. Forecasting enrollment is usually within the variance is usually less than 1%. We get surprised at a particular school, or we get surprised at a grade band, but not across the total enrollment. We have a long track record, other than a lot of variability during COVID, of being able to count on our forecasts.
All right, I have a question that I wonder if you can answer, because something that I've heard flying around a lot is, well, the district screwed up in 2009 and closed buildings and they had to reopen them. What I have come to understand is that was due to a discrepancy between reporting kindergartners, that at the time, full-day kindergarten wasn't paid for by the state, only half-day kindergarten was. And so there was actually a mistake in the accounting for the number of students. Basically, they counted half-day kindergartners as 0.5 FTE, when it actually was, that was a whole kid, so they undercounted the kindergarten students by half. I don't know, Fred, if you have more information about that. This is me going down a lot of rabbit holes to try to figure out what happened so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. I think we have full-day kindergartners now that are paid, we report kindergartners to ourselves at the same level that we report them to the state. One kindergartner is one kid for the whole day. So I don't think we're going to repeat that mistake. But I also wanted to, it's really easy to say, well, look at that screw up without having that was something pretty unusual that, yes, that was a mistake. But I don't see that being repeated. And based on also what we're seeing here, that's also sort of, like, it would be nice if this wasn't the reality.
Yes.
But it is.
I am not authoritative. I've heard that scenario described as well. And we are working much harder to integrate our long-range capital planning and enrollment forecast to make sure that we are really accounting for capacity. We're also, anticipating this and the way state funding works. Frankly, we're just building bigger buildings than we used to build. And again, that leads to efficiencies, it leads to better educational environments, but our ability to, and we'll get into building utilization, to absorb new growth is stronger than it was previously, the last time the district faced this issue. So if we could advance the slides.
Sorry, that was a surprise comment on the kindergartners. I would love for, if through staff records, for that to be confirmed or to understand better what happened.
That was. Yeah, there are also.
I don't expect you to know that off the top of your head, but I would like us to
special circumstances around that spike that you see that we should probably explain as well. If we could go one more, please. So this is what we were just talking about, kind of the utilization of our assets, and particularly in elementary school, we have more buildings and more capacity than we have students, to the tune of, we use about 2/3 of the space. For our secondary schools, we're much tighter. We were operating at 80 to 90% capacity, and we feel that that's comfortable, that still, if you're at 85% capacity, you have room for growth. So given the population and the forecast population we have for elementary school students, we're operating 73 sites that serve them now. I think something on the order of 50 would be more efficient in terms of at the system level. There are other things we could think about beyond just that it's inefficient to only use 2/3 of, you're paying for 100% of the space and you're using 2/3 of it. Are there huge swings in enrollment at schools and different capacities in buildings? We could realign our attendance areas to mitigate some of those impacts at lesser resource schools So at least it's more balanced across the system. Again, we have constraints based on the different capacities of buildings, and that wouldn't really create efficiencies at the system level, but at least it would mitigate some of the inequities we have in how we're allocating resources now. Again, the option we're thinking hard about now, and we'll bring a recommendation, is about consolidating sites to maximize utilization efficiency in buildings and get to on the order of 80 to 85% capacity utilization is where we think a good planning target leaves us, and then also gives us a room for fairly significant growth without reopening buildings. We could advance the slides, please. So what we really need to think about is, so which buildings would we invest in? If we think that a system of roughly 50 schools would better serve K-5 students than the 73 we're operating, how do you decide? And again, which are the best platforms for investment at the building level? So there are 4 criteria that we're really focusing on. The building condition speaks to, what is the condition of the system? We do this on a regular basis. This is how we plan our levies. We hire outside consultants. The Cezanne Group is helping us currently for the next levy, that they visit all our buildings, they inspect all our building systems, roofs, HVAC systems, windows, mechanical systems, which boilers are going to fail, to get a score for each building. They also help us, working with our architects and our educational specifications, give a score to how does the building serve as a learning environment. So building condition is about kind of the shape of the building, the condition, literally, is it in good repair or not? Learning environment is about the design of the building and how it's laid out. Does it offer spaces for partners, for early learning? Does it distribute spaces for all the services and inclusionary practices that we want to have? Is it designed well to meet that need? And then capacity, again, if we believe that the bottom end of our elementary school capacity be on the order of 400 students to something greater than that. So could a building ever accommodate the sufficient enrollment to make sure that a sufficient allocation of resources came with it? Is obviously a very serious consideration. And then location. We need the buildings to be where the students are. We need them evenly distributed across our district. And we can't exacerbate travel times for students to get to whatever the new system is. So those are kind of the 4 parameters. There's some examples here. If we could advance the slide. So just mechanically how this works, we, again, with Cezanne Environmental Services, who began this work for us in 2022 as we're planning for the next levy, they score all our buildings on a scale of 1 to 100. This is another data set that will be available as an appendix to this presentation that will provide the building condition for every building that we're talking about, so people can see how that's scored. If we could advance the slide. And then in a similar fashion, we rate the adequacy of the design and the layout of the building to meet our standards to provide educational services. That's also in that same data set. And then the third piece of information at the building level is the capacity. So folks can, and that's what we really heard at the community input session. Is people really wanted to see the work behind the work and how we're making decisions about which buildings present the best opportunities for us. So, I think then we take it back to Dr. Jones.
I'll take it. Thank you. So we started down this path of finding a methodology for balancing our budget, and one of those items was school consolidation. Then as we got into it, we saw this as an opportunity to really bring program and service stabilization to the entire system. Now we're at a place where we need to think about where we find those efficiencies, where we find savings, how do we reinvest them into our system so that we can have the student outcomes that we all desire. So we've gone from a budget exercise to a stabilization exercise to how do we make our system such that it's going to yield outcomes for students. And so next slide, please. As we look at the next steps, we need to explore multiple scenarios, understanding the mix between all of our program offerings, all of our service delivery models. And in so doing, we need to look at academic impact assessment. So how do we make sure that we're aligned with student outcomes? How do we make sure that our strategies are enduring? To do this, we need to use outside expertise to review and validate, to support us, to provide analysis along the way, and to find opportunities that we may not be able to see because we may be too close to it. We also need to make sure that we're further developing our comprehensive logistical plan. The detail around implementation is critical for us to be able to have our arms around. And frankly, we don't have experience with doing this on a regular basis. Most districts don't, and so we want to make sure that we're taking the time to be detailed oriented around implementation. And as we do this, as we talked about, we want to clearly communicate along the way and find ways to build trust and confidence with our constituents here, because I think that's important as we move forward. Next slide, please. So our summer imperative, our mission is to develop a plan that demonstrates the benefits to student outcomes from a system of well-resourced schools. If I can't say it any plainer than this is what we need to be endeavoring to do over the summer, make that connection from where we are right now to this system of well-resourced schools and lead with what the benefits are. That is a very difficult task, but it is the task that's in front of us. That's why I mentioned we're willing to utilize outside expertise to help us through this. We're willing to talk with community and engage them in ways that we can understand what their wants, wishes, and needs are so that we can make sure that we actually develop a system of well-resourced schools. And so I won't veer away from talking about the word system, because it's not a singular well-resourced school, it's a system of well-resourced schools. So Dr. Torres gave you an example of how that might look for inclusion. He gave an example how that might look for social-emotional learning. But if you think about an expanded out portfolio, if you will, of plans for how do we get from where we are now to the system of well-resourced schools and actualize student outcomes, that's what we would endeavor to bring forward as a recommended plan. So that's our goal. That's where we're going. And so that's an update for where we are. I'm hoping you find this to be informative, and think about us doing this on a regular basis, having these updates, not just with the board, but with the community as well. So at this point, I'd love to just open it up to the board for your comments, questions, concerns. What are you curious about? What do you need? What would you like more information on? And did this meet your expectation?
Who would like to go first, directors? Director Hersey.
So I'm really excited to see that last slide there, because I think that frankly is the most critical part. And I think that what we are in a position to do that we have not been in before is to balance the very real need to operate in an efficient way, but to reorient ourselves. Well, not even reorient, but now that we have done that work, it's really, I would say, a good look for me to see that the work over the summer is going to be focused on, like, how do we make these changes in order to impact student outcomes in a positive way? Because those are the conversations that I've been having with families. I think that it's hard to envision what is the benefit to me if my kid's school closes, right? We've been going back and forth about this definition of like what a well-resourced school is, and like libraries are critically important, having teachers on site at full time, critically important, being able to have more resources in a building, critically important, but the specificity in how that actually translates to a better educational outcome for a child is a step that I'm really excited for us to take in terms of our development, in terms of a plan and how we communicate that to our families. And so just in terms of specifics that I am hoping will be implemented into the plan, we really have a very clear roadmap in our goals and guardrails, right? The questions that I'm going to be looking for and asking as a board director, quite specifically, given that this is a move that is going to exclusively impact elementary schools, and we have two goals that are predicated on elementary school performance, being third grade literacy and seventh grade numeracy. We all know that in order to be successful in seventh grade, you need to also be successful and build skills with, seventh grade. You also need to build those skills from K to 5. What I'm really going to be looking for is, what is your plan for the reinvestment of the money that you intend to save? Longitudinally, what are those options going to be to us? Because we've said several times that even if we close buildings tomorrow, that doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to be seeing a kickback immediately. I also think that that is fine, but what I do need to know is that there is a plan in place now to show how those outcomes are going to be better. I want to know how inclusion is going to be impacted by having less buildings. I want to know about like what is the rate of implementing curriculum with fidelity potentially. I think another piece of that is also going to be, how does this keep us better aligned with our guardrails, specifically the one around safe and welcoming environments and being able to engage families of color more efficiently, right? I think that those are really clear aspects of our strategic plan that we are currently in the midst of retooling, that would give us as a board a lot of clarity about where you're headed and the fact that it aligns with the vision and values of the community. I think that's also incredibly critical because all of the engagement that we have been doing around our strategic plan has really harken back to a sense of doubling down on what we're already doing, with the ability to expand in some areas that I think are probably well served by having a more efficient system and a better resource system in terms of how do we roll resources out to specific buildings. So I am just saying, to crystallize all that, utilize our goals and our guardrails and our strategic plan and give us some real specifics around how does this actually put us into a position to better deliver on student outcomes in a way that is meaningful for our families and, more importantly, our students. So
I need to follow him.
Go ahead.
Somebody else has their microphone on. Okay. Because I don't like that noise. Who has it on? Was it? No, it's better now. So Brandon essentially articulated what I was thinking during the presentation. But because there was so much information, I was actually trying to absorb it, and at some point I gave up and I floated to the audience and I kept looking at you and I sat by you and I was doing thought bubbles like, do you understand this? No, me neither. So I was really like being a parent, right? And I will take this information and I will look more deeply at it, but I think when we get to the end of the road, what we need is specifics, right? I think what you all did was provide us with literally the maximum amount of information that we will likely need, but it's hard to digest in a setting like this. And it's moving fast. So when we talk about doing these kind of presentations in the future, we need specifics. Like how does this actually translate to student outcomes? Not sort of a theoretical, it's really a specific. And I think for our community, when I say our community, I mean the parents, they need to walk out of here and go tell their neighbor who has kids, man, the district knocked that mess out of the park, right? I fully understood what was happening in that meeting because they're either our ambassadors or the other thing. And I want them to be our ambassadors. This should be at a level where we were elected by a representation of the people, but we're also parents, right? We're humans. And so I want to be a parent in the audience that actually understands what you're saying and that I don't have to have a manual to understand it. So when you do this again, and this is not a criticism, I really do feel like we needed this information, but then the next time you bring us something, it really needs to be specific. So like Dr. Torres, when you talk about inclusion, how does that connect to third grade reading or seventh grade math? Right, there has to be some connection or this is just a performative exercise, right? And then Brandon said, you know, using the goals and the guardrails. And for the parents in the audience, we're actually trying to move in a direction where we're paying attention to all the students and that you don't have to live in a community where you can raise thousands of dollars in an auction and buy yourself and your children something. We want the same thing for all of our kids, regardless of who their parents or caregivers are, right? And so that's how we get there. We get there by focusing on student outcomes. And I know this can be difficult for parents because it's new. It's really how it should have always been, and it's actually how it's never been. And so we're trying to change that because outcomes are not getting better for students, some students, particularly the most marginalized students. We're just like, well, you know, you should have chose different parents. Not our fault you chose those parents. We can't do anything about it. Well, yes, we can, and we will. For being a thought bubble with me.
Dr. Hersey, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, there's one aspect of this that the last time that we saw slide 24, I don't know if we want to put that back up, that gave me a bit of pause and concern, and I want to follow that up a little bit, so I have a question. In this slide, it says that K-5 students would be more efficiently accommodated in approximately 50 sites, evenly distributed with 10 per region. What do you mean by region? Do you mean direct or district?
No, that would be 70.
Wait 1 second. Let them answer.
There are a map of regions on our website. They're really the regions that the management of schools uses. We have 5 executive director areas
Sure.
that Northwest, Northeast, Central, Southwest, Southeast.
Great.
So nobody would be surprised if they saw that map. If you said, if you divide the city kind of evenly into 5 sectors,
Yeah.
Northwest, Northeast, Central, Southwest, Southeast,
Yep,
you would picture the map that exists.
100%.
And so that's just a way of saying that, well, how do you approach this? That needs to be evenly distributed. Just as important are the middle school feeder patterns.
Yeah.
We need to do this so we have the capacity at middle school as well. So it's a way of saying this needs to be evenly distributed.
Yeah, that's all clear.
Yeah, and again, the actual location and the travel times will be analyzed.
Right.
Nobody can get too far away. We can't make this work by students being too far away from schools. So that's just built into this.
Dope. Another question that I have around that is that are the population metrics that we use to determine those regions, are those determined by general population of the city, or are they determined by student population? Like how many students attend school in that region?
They're more tied to enrollment.
Okay.
And then again, Seattle Public Schools Board policy and other investments we make in
Sure.
building, we always look at, what are the demographic impacts and the, envisioning our elementary school system can't create or exacerbate any segregation, any form of racial imbalance that doesn't reflect the local community. So that's also will be an important criteria.
Yeah, the reason that I asked that question, just to explain my line of thinking and why I want to make sure that I'm super clear on this, is the fact that like with those regions, there are opportunities for growth and there's opportunity for attrition. And I want to make sure that the balance of student population in each region, to justify the fact that each region would have about 10 elementary schools, actually makes sense, right? Because when I think about the Southeast and where folks are buying homes, the growth that takes place in the southwest part of the city and the southeast part of the city, in my experience, is happening at a more rapid pace than we're seeing in other parts of the city. So, with that being said, if we are equalizing what it sounds like to 10 schools per region, I want to make sure that we're also being thoughtful with the idea that the vast majority of students of color are located in my region of the city, right? As well as the vast majority of folks in my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, that of folks that are moving here and purchasing homes, and where there is higher density, or rather where there are higher density living opportunities being built. So with that said, I have concern that we are approaching this from a nature of equalization as opposed to equity. And I want you to prove me wrong in that when you bring me the plan in September. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. One of the building characteristics I described was capacity and capacity versus enrollment. We're using our enrollment projections to model this, and the 10-year high water mark at the building.
Yep.
So that will take into account those factors, because our projection is both based on projected birth rates and housing starts,
Sure.
and housing permitting.
Yep.
So this is probably inartfully drafted here. It should say average 10 per region.
Sure.
Every kind of model that we've looked at so far, it's 9 here and 12 there, and because it needs to be tied to where we have capacity and where we're expecting enrollment to grow. So you would absolutely see that built into any proposal we bring.
That sounds great. Thank you. The last question that I have is around our equity tiering system. That has been something that's been floating out in community for a minute. And I want to have some clear understanding of the fact, can you articulate for me, are we utilizing our equity tiering system in this process? Or are we developing an equity analysis that is more unique to this process? I think unless we make a very clear distinction about what tools we're utilizing, it puts us into a position to confuse community and put people into a stance of asking us, why isn't this tool being utilized if we already have it? So that could be circumvented by just being really clear about what internal tools are we utilizing to make these decisions.
I'll make one plan.
And that's okay to not provide more information on at a different time.
Analysis will absolutely be built into any recommendation. I also think it's important to hit on the points that Dr. Jones cited. Is we're trying to move to a better system, so we want to make sure that analysis are we being equitable in who gets these new better resource schools? It's only natural that people tend to think of this from the school closure perspective. Is there inequity in which schools are closing? If we make this case appropriately, this all makes sense. The question should be, who gets into these better resource schools? That's the opportunity. And so you've advised us a few times, Director Hersey, don't be deficit-based in your thinking, be asset-based, and we're moving to something better. So that equity analysis will be geared into, so where are we consolidating into these schools with better resources, and what is the tie to the educational outcomes? Who's getting this opportunity?
Director Mizrahi.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Some I think are a little on the technical side, and then some about the process. So when you were talking about the criteria, one of the things you mentioned was learning environment, and that seemed like the most qualitative, where the other ones are pretty clearly quantitative. Like you can say, what's the capacity of this building? So I'm wondering, you talked about engaging with some outside specialists on the building condition questions. What's the process for that learning environment analysis?
So the district has designed what are called educational specifications for each type of school. How many rooms, how many learning spaces, maker spaces, labs, early learning spaces. And so the point of that scoring is how well does this building conform to how much outside space, how much spaces for each learning. It is not objective or subjective with a blank canvas. We have a specification that's also what guides how we build new buildings. Do they have the spaces to offer it, all the supports, and so there is a yardstick that gets measured against, and that is our educational specification that we renew on a regular basis and renew every time we build a new building. So we can, and those documents are available. That's the kind of thing people can look at. Then, what do we think the ideal school should look like, and how does this building?
How far off from it is that?
Is that?
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand. Well, that leads me to my next question. You talked about, additional data and appendices. Where do people go to find that?
Could we go to the last slide in this deck? So the check will be a little bit in the mail. So there are 4 appendices that aren't attached yet to this deck, but will be, and reposted, so people can go. And again, there will be a report that shows for each building that under consideration what the building condition score, what the learning environment score, and what the capacity is, how we calculated projected savings for each building, and then our most recent our enrollment from the fall 2023. A lot of this can be put in context in the budget book, which we're about to adopt a budget, so people see how these things factor out at each building. So we will add these appendices to this so people can go to this agenda and this deck and get those documents will be appended onto this.
So my last technical question, then I have some process questions. So on slide 18, Dr. Torres, what you were talking about, I just want to echo what my fellow directors said around. I think that's a very helpful metric to look at. And I think as we go through this process, having things like that where it's both linked to the student outcome goals, but then also there's a good, not 18, maybe 19. The one with indicator 5A on it. Yep. I think that's very helpful, and seeing how that applies to the student outcome goals. And then the next step is how do we think that will be improved by the system of well-resourced schools? Like, what's the vision for that, and how do we think it's going to move the needle on this? And I'm sure there's lots of other metrics we can be looking at for that. So in terms of process, I'm curious, you don't have to have like dates or anything, but what in your mind, just to expand a little bit on what the summer looks like to actually, go through that process of getting to a plan that you want to bring forward, and what the engagement will look like with the community?
Yeah, so we talked about making sure that we avail ourselves to outside expertise. Part of that will be them kind of taking an analysis of where we are right now and giving us feedback around how far are we from being able to get to the finish line. And so we want to have check-ins at least with our status along the way. We're thinking something like monthly as we go forward. But in terms of our deadline, we're talking about sometime in late November to actually bring the plan forward. And so we haven't backed up from November and said these are our marks yet. But part of that is, again, the third-party expertise to help us to scope this out to make sure that we've hit all of our marks. So timeline is forthcoming.
Got it. I think one thing that's going to be important in how I think about this is the time period between when the recommendation comes forward and November, and thinking about, ideally there's lots of feedback. You've already had lots of feedback, and you come forward with a plan that everyone says, wow, you nailed it. Like, you got it right. We feel great about this. But realistically, there are going to be things in there that maybe it's things even that are just about the transition and implementation, where people want to say, well, what about this and what about that? And where the time period is for that feedback to be incorporated in the plan, I think is super important to me.
One thing that we've ideated is having specific workshops. It's like workshops on learning environment, workshops on maybe what Dr. Torres talked about, And so we don't bring, to Director Sarju's point, we don't bring the whole thing to the table. Instead, we chunk it out in ways that when people have areas of interest where they want to go deeper, we can have a workshop on that. And so to the extent that we can fill that time between when we're working and when the plan comes forward, I think there's opportunities for us to really kind of expose different pieces of the puzzle as we go through it.
To add to that quickly, and then I'll go to Director Top. I really like hearing you say that, because I think that's what we've sort of been talking around and maybe thinking we've been asking for, and definitely what we've been hearing from our community is that nobody expects a perfect, with a bow on it, finished plan. We actually don't want that. We want to see we want to see what the decisions are and what the trade-offs are, and how we get to that final plan kind of together. So the workshop thing is great. I think that's important for, nobody wants this done to them or at them. Not that you have to have, a flock of community members following you and all the behind the scenes stuff, but this is a really big, involved, complicated, this is basically anything and everything that has to do with public schools. There's going to be nobody who's not impacted by this, even if they don't have kids in public schools. Traffic patterns are going to change. Their neighbors are going to be going different places. And so the more that we can kind of, I think of it as like a set design process. You talk about what story you're trying to tell, you go and do a little work by yourself, then you come back with the team, you kind of compare notes, see if you're heading in the same direction, you go back off and do some more work again, and then you come back, and you keep doing that, sketching and whatever, and on and on and on, and eventually you get to opening night. But opening night should not be a surprise to anybody who's been part of the process. They have been brought along, and they understand what the story is. And I think that's the part. We're not sitting here waiting for the curtains to open on opening night. We and community members want to be part of not every tiny little thing, but to just understand, as there are different opportunities and different choices to be made, what they are and how they're being made, and where they might have the opportunity to provide input or feedback at those points, so that when we get to opening night, everybody can applaud.
Yes, and so we're looking forward to getting to opening night as well. On that last bullet here around clearly communicate along the way and find ways to build trust and confidence, one of the features of that is going to be, and this is frankly scary for us, we're going to articulate when we're struggling. We're going to articulate when there's a mismatch. We're going to articulate when we don't have the information. And so we will do that along the way so that there's not going to be a surprise. And so if the opening night is supposed to be in November and we can't get there, you're not going to know that on October 31st. You're going to know that in advance. And so we want to be sharing along the way. We don't have a history of doing that, but this group is willing to do that, and it may evoke a little bit of lack of confidence, like what they don't know what they're doing. Well, yeah, we don't right now, because we don't have a history of doing this, and so I think it would behoove all of us, and perhaps build trust and confidence that we can articulate the gaps along the way, that we can do formative assessment along the way to know, yes, these are areas where we don't have it nailed. We can't make that nexus between third grade reading and pre-K at every school, but once we nail that, we're going to articulate that. We think that is a strategy that we want to lift up. So anyway, just want to be transparent around. We're going to be sharing along the way around what the challenges are and where the wins are.
Director Top.
I just want to understand a little bit of clarity on the timeline. So late November is when you imagine our preliminary proposal comes out from you all. Is that correct?
So I'm gonna put President Rankin on the spot. This is what we've been talking about as the ideal date for when we bring that preliminary set of recommendations forward.
I think the preliminary
I'm
needs
sorry,
to be before that.
where we tell
Before
people
November.
this is the plan in late November. So we're talking about fall for sometime in fall, maybe mid-September for the preliminary plan, and then late November for this is where people are going to be moving.
Okay, so
Well, so what we have talked about, and I can get sort of thumbs up, down right now, is that the absolute latest anyone should know which schools will or won't be open in the fall of 2025 is before winter break. That's I feel like later than that is,
So I guess, yes, I agree with that, but I think my question becomes more, so preliminary plan possibly in September, and opportunity then for engagement on that preliminary plan between September and winter break?
Of course, yes, that is the timeline. If we're trying for before winter break, that would be the engagement period. And so,
But it's not the preliminary plan. It would be November is the plan presentation.
that's correct. And I think
Okay.
what Director Top is asking about is the time between the preliminary plan and the actual voted on plan. And so that period in between is the time, if we stick with this timeline, was where we would be doing, where we'd be seeking the feedback and input. And so that's fast. And that's something that we have to just accept as, if that's the timeline, that's what it will entail. So it'll be compacted and it'll be intense.
That's very compacted and intense, and we kind of look at our previous engagement session that we just went through, and we realize all of a sudden, oh my goodness, there's so much incoming feedback and information from folks.
Yes.
We need more time to sort it out. Is that going to be enough time to be able to allow people to react and engage and provide input?
That is a challenge, and we just went through that between May 8th and just recently. And so that was a compacted timeline. People didn't feel heard. People didn't feel like we provided enough information. So we need to go into this clear-eyed about what those challenges are. So that's a real timeline constraint that we have as of today.
How are we going to, knowing that is an even more compacted timeline, go into that and be prepared for that? What does that look like?
I think that's a more discussion around what the scope of what we're trying to do is. And so I think we can back as long as we know what our delivery date is, then we'll have to be very clear about what a compacted timeline will be. So if we want to have it go out further to have more prolonged engagement, that could be necessary, then we need to do that. But I think that's an intentional decision that we need to look at, and I'm seeking guidance, and I'm open to what you all would want to do with that.
I guess the question really is, do you think it's feasible to do engagement in that short time frame?
Just given our recent experience, we have to manage expectations in a way that it's so clear, because we had a mismatch in expectations when we went out for this last time. And so we need to be absolutely clear about what we can achieve and what aspects of the plan we will be seeking input and feedback and engagement on. And so I think as long as we know that in terms of expectation and scope, we can craft a timeline that will work. I think it's a question that we need further to talk about.
I think further talking about that question and really looking into that timeline is important, because I don't want to set ourselves up for failure here and I guess be sort of in this same spot we are in today, realizing we need more time.
Yes, we share that.
Director Hersey has a follow-up.
Yeah, so in follow-up to that, I would just say you need to be super clear with what the engagement is, because I think that the definition of engagement is going to be very different for everybody, right? Because like you might say, hey, we've got this preliminary plan, come tell us what you think. And where we fall into a problem is that the thing is baked and we're not really actually intending on making any changes. So I think we need to be super clear going into whatever the engagement is that you are conducting after that portion about like what is up for discussion and what's not. Right? Because the last thing that I would want to put our families into a position is to come to an event of some kind to provide feedback thinking that it's going to be implemented and it's just not feasible to do so. So that's part one. Part two, which is which is slightly unrelated, is that I've got like some major concerns about our system's capacity to do a wholesale closure approach model. So what I want to see in the plan is a justification for not going with a phased approach where we are being considerate of, you know, there are some parts of our city that might take more time to be able to like weather this change effectively. And given the fact that we have made a tremendous amount of cuts to central office, there are going to be administrative challenges to doing this, right? So I want to know what is the benefit of doing this all at once as opposed to a multi-year phased approach in terms of consolidating schools.
Well, and I would add to that that doesn't mean we can't have the full picture at once, but it also doesn't mean it's a flip of a switch. We could know this is where we're headed, and because this building's going to be rebuilt, but we're still going to use it in the next 10 years, instead of sending them to an interim location, we'll combine. You know, we'll have students attend this school that we're not planning to use, but we'll wait 2 years and then they can all go to the whatever that may be. We don't have here. Oh my gosh. Okay. I am feeling really like I have an insane sense of urgency that I'm trying to keep at bay because it doesn't feel matched. So I'm trying to what? Oh, okay. I mean, in when I was first running for school board in 2019, I knew what the enrollment projection was. I assumed this would be a conversation I would have to be a part of on the board 5 years ago. And then COVID happened. And even when COVID happened, I was like, quick, while everybody's home, close some buildings. Like, just do it now, because seeing the forecast that we're going to be in a bad spot, like this is not a surprise. We've known this is coming. So I have this real sense of urgency, and I am I want a lot more information right now. I'm wondering what is keeping us from being more clear about the very real constrictions that exist. We know that some buildings are not in great condition. That's a that's a known. We know that enrollment or population density doesn't look the same all over the city. We know that if we don't know what's happening before winter break, that it's really too late to tell people what's happening in the fall of 2025. So if we get to that point and we haven't figured it out, how do we make up that other $30 million if we don't? So I have concerns that we're still sort of talking in the theoretical when the board has already agreed that consolidation is a necessary component of stabilizing our budget to meet the needs of our students at current enrollment and projected enrollment levels. So I just kind of want to say again, we are not still, we need to get out of the if place. And if we're because there's not another option, and into the how is this going to work place. I think we're still, when people talk about transparency, they mean they don't understand what's happening. They don't mean that they don't understand our meetings are public, they're transparent. A ton of this information is somewhere on our website, so it's transparent, but either people can't find it, or they don't even know what they're looking for, or if they find a piece of it, they're not sure how it connects, so it just is totally overwhelming and confusing. And I think the people in this room need to be much more direct about the fact that some building, I can name you right now the top 5 worst condition elementary buildings, and one of them is a K-8. So my question is, if that building's not good enough condition, what's happening to that K-8? We got to figure that out. We have to talk about it, and it still feels very theoretical. So I have a lot of concerns about that at this point. Because I think, and I'm wondering too, where have maybe we as the board not been direct enough or clear enough in asking for where we are? Because I know this information exists because I've found it on our website and made my own spreadsheets about what I think, But I also, people shouldn't have to know as much as I know to be able to understand what might or might not happen. We should be telling them. We should be saying, hey, here's the reality of how enrollment has declined, of buildings that have opened over the past 10 years while enrollment was declining, because SPS added capacity in the North End in option seats, added new capacity while enrollment was projected to decline. And that's, I would like to know about how we could maybe think about not repeating that in the future. But also, we can't undo that. So we have to figure out how to deal with Wedgwood and View Ridge being 70-year-old neighborhood schools that are both about in need of replacement, with Thornton Creek, as the crow flies, basically right in between the two of them, that was added capacity, and we don't have enough kids for all 3 of them. That shouldn't be scary to say, because if you look at enrollment and you look at building conditions, you know that. So we need to just say those things and then talk about, okay, now what are we going to do? Because the reality is we have accepted that we have fewer students than we used to, and we need to serve them in fewer buildings. Our district has the operational capacity right now for over 60,000 students. And we have 49,000 students, and it's projected to continue to decline. That is reality. And we can not like it. I don't like it. This is not what I want to be talking about. But dodging around the what ifs and whatevers are not going to get us away from that reality that has to be reckoned with. So I guess with the appendices, I am requesting that added to that for people to look at are enrollment projection reports that we have had done by 2 outside entities already. The flow analytics analysis from February 2023, I think, that was presented to the Bex Levy Oversight Committee. And then I can't remember the guy's name, but the outside guy who used to be SPS demographer and is all over the place. Thank you. In March 2024, which I happened upon on accident on the SPS website when I was looking for something else. And I was like, oh, here's a whole other presentation about enrollment projections that just came out in March. So those are, and like I found it by accident, I would like us to deliberately say, hey, look at this. So I would like to have, please, those added to the appendices. I would like to see our Beck's Levy guiding principles added to that appendices, so it's easy to find as an understanding of direction that has been given and approved by the board already on the use of buildings. And when we adopted those principles, we knew that enrollment and capacity was something that would be coming, even though we hadn't gotten to the point of like that has to happen. But that's in the principles, to pay attention to adequacy and really think about making capital investments in ways that improve opportunities for all students, including replacement buildings. Because something that's going to come up very quickly is the capital levy, which is going to go out to voters in February 2025. And we're going to have to, before we get there, people are going to need to understand that there is a budget deficit and we have a whole bunch of more money coming in, because we're very fortunate to have the ability to raise the capital funding in Seattle and in a lot of King County. Other districts are not so fortunate, but we can't convert that to operational costs, operational funding. But we have to be very clear when we go out and ask voters to give us capital money when we've just said how many schools are going to close. That's, so when people are talking about transparency, I don't think that they mean that there's secrecy. I think they mean we don't understand what's going on because we don't work in central office. And so how do we help people understand? And when we talk about engagement too, being very clear about if we're saying, here's the reality, what do you have to say about that? If we're asking for input or involvement, because it's not going to do anybody any good to engage on likes and dislikes about things that maybe are not actually a choice because of the reality of the finances. And so I just really want, and if you need more clear direction from us, the Where Do Students Live maps on our enrollment website, we have pretty good descriptions of, like Brandon was talking about, 10 schools being equally distributed. We have a higher density of people under the age of 18 living in Southeast. We also have the top 5 poorest building conditions for K-5 students currently. The worst ones are in the North End, but the Southeast has the highest number of buildings that are approaching that. And so we can't just say, well, those are poor building conditions, those are the ones that are going to get closed, because that means all of a sudden District 7 doesn't like that. So, but those are things that are real that we just need to state and explain and help people understand what the scope of what this is. I would really like us to get out of the theoretical to the actual as quickly as possible. And so having these things in the appendices is great. Even better, and this is a staffing suggestion, I'm so sorry, but is a school consolidation or right sizing website that is designed to be accessible to the average community member, to not have to look through, like, this is a lot. Even the appendices, it would be great to have those in one place. That's still a lot of information and a lot of documents to look through. We need to be able to just say, why is this happening? How did we get here? What's happening going forward? And then we really need that timeline of what kind of engagement is happening when, like the workshop things that Fred was talking about, or Dr. Jones, sorry, it was great. I think those could and should happen over the summer, but also knowing that that's not when people are the most engaged. I don't think we need to wait until there's a preliminary plan to ask people about it. My expectation as a board member is that a preliminary plan comes with, and this is what the people that are served in our district, we have done some engagement already, and that helped inform the recommendations that we're making to you. Yeah, timeline, understandability, not just transparency, I guess. And then I would like to see a lot more clarity about the limitations. Oh, and then lastly, I think what families really want to know is, even if they're like, I understand that we have to do this for a well-resourced school, they want to know, what does that mean? How big is my kid's class going to be? What does staffing look like in the building? Even if we are not going to know 100%, but like a good kind of prototypical expectation. There's also a confusion that classes are going to be larger in a larger school. And so how we can help folks understand, like Brandon was saying, what's the experience that my child is going to have at this school as opposed to the school we're in currently? What will that look like? And that's what I want to understand, that when we approve something, that we're approving something that pencils out, that is not aspirational. Director Briggs.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I was late. I think I said this last time, and I'm going to say it again. I would still really love to see how this plan is going to impact secondary education, because I think that's an important part of the story to tell, that that while this is really focused on elementary and they will be the impact will be greatest for them, there is a ripple effect, and I think a positive one, on creating a more efficient system and what that can do for our middle and high schools as well. And so so far I haven't seen anything about that, and I think that's it's a missed opportunity, because I think that's sort of that's a bonus, that's a benefit to creating a system of well-resourced schools, is that we will free up more resources for middle and high schools that have been bearing the brunt to some degree of an inefficient system. So I just would hope that before this presentation is complete, that we could have at least a high level idea of what that looks like.
Potential negative consequences, like you mentioned, feeder patterns. I'm curious how that all gets impacted as well. Yeah.
I will say one thing. I think that, the direction I think that we gave was to come back with a plan to show us how we can best use our resources to get better student outcomes, or to get the student outcomes we want. I have bought into the idea that closing schools will allow us to do that and to get additional benefit. But as you go through this summer planning, and you see, and maybe the analysis shows that that's not the case, I want there to be space that you come back with that response to. Because we've put a lot on you to come and show us that, but you may come back and say, we tried, we did this analysis, and here's where we're at. And I think you need to have the space to be able to say that as well.
The thought bubble. This is a lot. And, this whole setup doesn't allow for us to engage with the people, and I tend not to follow the rules. And so I'm going to speak to the people for a minute, because this is a lot. It's a lot for us up here, like our elected official status. We don't have special brains that allow us to comprehend all of this stuff at the same time and make sense of it. The central staff, particularly the senior level staff, I'm 99.9%, because can we ever be 100% sure that they are doing their level best to try to grapple with this? Even in sometimes when it feels like, wow, that's not what I thought we were going to get. And so because we're trying to get this right, y'all. At the end of the day, we're just trying to get this right. We are going to have to consolidate schools. This is my fourth, I was trying to count them, experience as a parent in this district for almost 40 years of some kind of school closure or consolidation. Was I happy with any of them? No, I wasn't, because it actually impacted kids in my neighborhood, and yet it still happened. And here we are again. And what we're actually trying to do this time is prepare for a future that we know, based on data, is coming. It's coming. Unless we get rid of birth control, the birth rate is going down. I'm in public health. We have been seeing this, right? That would be the solution. If we want more kids, let's just eliminate birth control, right? I'm not advocating for that.
Affordable housing.
Affordable housing, that's true. And birth control. I'm all for birth control, though, as a midwife. But so as I sit here, I think what I'm grappling with is just the volume of information and trying to make sense of it. And so what we're asking you is there a different way to present more simplified information that is specific and clear to the people in the audience, right? Like if we think about who is our audience, yes, we as board directors, you're talking to us, you're not necessarily talking to them, but I don't think anybody wants to come back and sit and experience this again and leave and not really know what we're saying. So for the record, I think on that page where you have next steps, like when you say explore multiple scenarios, e.g. K-8's option schools, dual language and highly capable, that's a really general statement. I think what you're saying is that we may have to eliminate K-8s. And if that's what we're saying, then let's use that clear language. Parents may not like it. They can come yell at me. Sorry, had to do it with my kids. You know, I mean, this is not about being likable. Parents want to know, right? And why would we eliminate K-8s? Like, what is the rationale? Why is that good for our system? That's what they want to know. And so when the bottom bullet is clearly communicate along the way, that should be the top bullet. Because if that's the top bullet, then everything that comes after that, you're asking yourself, are we clearly communicating along the way? You shouldn't have to have a master's or a PhD to understand this. And that's kind of what it feels like. I don't want to go back to school, right? Like, I want to be able to understand it in clear and plain and simple language. And what I think is, even though people may not like what they're hearing, I think the majority of people are going to understand, okay, I don't like this, but I understand this is what we have to do, right? This is a life lesson. When we tell our kids, you got to do something, and they say, I don't want to, well, you don't have a choice, Zeke. You got to do it. Do it first, and then we can talk about why I asked you to do it later. But the first thing is you got to do it first, right? And I think that's what parents want, right? Ultimately, nobody wants their school closed, if we're being honest. Nobody wants their school closed. And at the end of the day, we're going to have to close and consolidate some schools, period, point blank. I'm saying it for the record, it's got to happen. We cannot continue in this trajectory. So that's what I'm asking you all, is make it simple for yourselves as central staff, because you are presenting this to us and then we're giving you feedback. And hopefully this feedback is like, let's just state what's true, the plain truth, like Liza said, and then let's work from there. And at the end of the day, I think parents will appreciate that kind of process, that kind of, as a former board director used to say, transparency. I think at the end of the day, we will meet that mark if we do that.
We good? All right. Public comment is next. Yes. Public comment will be in 5 minutes. Once it is 5 p.m. or later, is what my notes say. It's later. We will now go into public testimony. Board Procedure 1430 BP provides the rules for testimony, and I ask that speakers are respectful of these rules. Some important parts of the procedure are that testimony will be taken today from those individuals called from our public testimony list, and if applicable, the waiting list, which are included on today's agenda posting on the school board website. Only those who are called by name should unmute their phones or step forward to the podium, and only one person should speak at a time. Listed speakers may cede their time to another person when the listed speaker's name is called. The total amount of time allowed will not exceed 2 minutes for the combined number of speakers. Time will not be restarted after the new speaker begins, and the new speaker will not be called again later if they are on the testimony or waiting list. Those who do not wish to have time ceded to them may decline and retain their place on the list. The majority of a speaker's time should be spent on the topic they have indicated they wish to speak about. And the board expects the same standard of civility for those participating in public comment as we expect of ourselves. I have the right to and will interrupt any speaker who fails to observe the standard of civility required by this procedure. A speaker who refuses or fails to comply with these guidelines may be asked to leave the meeting. Staff, please read off the testimony speakers.
For those who are joining online, when we come to your name, you can press *6 to unmute yourself on the conference call line. Right now your mic might be disabled, but I will make it so that you can unmute when we come to your name. We did have Izzy Rampersand as our first speaker, our science student speaker from Ballard High School, but it looks like Izzy just had to drop off the line. So if Izzy rejoins, I'll go back to Izzy. So then our next speaker will be Dominic Parker. Oh, actually Izzy is on. Sorry, Dominic. Let's go to Izzy. Let me make sure that your mic is working there.
Yes, hello? Is it?
We can hear you, Izzy.
All right? Awesome. Okay. Hello, members of the school board. My name is Izzy Rampersad, and I am a recently graduated senior from Ballard High School. I'm here to make a proposal for the school board to form a committee with teachers and students in order to re-examine the grading policy for the school district, particularly the section regarding the minimum grade for a missing assignment being 50%. For my final project in my AP statistics class, my group collected data on the percentage of assignments that students had turned in versus their percentage grade in that class. And then we made a scatter plot of this data and formed a linear regression line. We chose this topic for our study because we noticed that some students at Ballard are chronically absent, but do not seem to find that is majorly impacting their grades. We wanted to investigate whether the current grading policy is allowing students to miss class and turn in a minimal number of assignments, yet maintain a passable GPA. What we found was that the predicted value of a student turning in 0 assignments was a 61% grade in the class, 11 percentage points higher than the passing grade of 50%. I know our data is only from Ballard High School, and I know that our school has a lower percentage of students furthest from educational justice for whom this policy was supposed to benefit. Though I think that if this is the policy going forward, there needs to be some serious conversation as to whether it is actually benefiting students to see a 50% rather than a 0. I believe that school is meant to prepare us for our future, going into the workforce, next steps of our life, maybe higher education, and I don't believe that this grading policy is preparing students adequately for those next steps. I don't get half of a paycheck when I don't show up for work. Grades are meant to communicate understanding and learning, and therefore students and teachers deserve the district looking at the policy and not just rolling forward with the current model. Thank you for your time and for listening. I would ask the school board to create a committee with teachers and students to have a conversation about this policy and how it's impacting students. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Dominic Parker. Dominic, if you press *6, you should unmute from the conference line.
Hello, my name is Dominic Parker. Something just happened there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dominic Parker. I graduated from Seattle Public Schools last Thursday, and I would like to share my experience. I started attending a developmental preschool at Greenwood Elementary at 3 years old as a supposedly typically developing peer to be a role model for my disabled classmates. And I attended Pathfinder K-8 in West Seattle until December 2016, when the impact on my mental health became too great because I did not receive the support I needed for my learning disabilities. I became depressed starting around 10 years old, and I was telling my parents that I did not want to live because my school was restricting my ability to learn and participate. I didn't get an IEP until I was 12 and a half years old, and only then thanks to my parents' advocacy. I had to stay out of school for over 7 months and repeated 6th grade at Denny Middle School. I was bullied all year and left the district for 3 years after that. I returned for 10th grade and didn't get any instruction for half a year because I could not attend classes in person. Only my 0-period jazz band teacher provided remote access to the classes. I was identified as a highly capable student by SPS in elementary school, but other than 7th grade math in 6th grade, I never received highly capable services during my time in SPS. I wasn't invited to the advanced math classes initially because I had a hard time focusing and I worked slowly. I could easily do a higher level of math with the appropriate support, but if my parents didn't speak up, I would not have had that opportunity. I needed adequate support of special education services and the challenge of highly capable services. Neither of those were provided, and I'm still having to catch up on skills that I need for college and beyond. My brother, who is now a 7th grader at Pathfinder, has similar needs. The school psychologist kept denying evaluations to me, and when he did evaluate me, he dismissed my needs. He is still there. He also denied my mom ADA accommodations and said that since she has English as a second language, her input into my evaluation would cause questionable evaluation results, even though she is fluent in English. I don't understand why someone who caused so much harm to me and other students over the years would still be working with kids, especially when SPS is aware of the impact of his discrimination. I'm glad to be done with Seattle Public Schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dominic.
The next speaker is Sarah Butler. Sarah, it looks like I need to set up your, oh, you should be able to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello. I am Sarah Butler. I have 2 children at Seattle Public Schools. I'm speaking today about item 4 on the agenda, which sets regular board meetings to be held only once a month for the 24-25 school year. I heard Director Rankin's comment about adding special meetings, but I do not understand the public benefit to reducing regular meetings. These regular meetings are extremely important for 2 reasons. The first reason, the district is headed into a very, very difficult year. The board has so much work to do to address the fiscal crisis and to address student-focused outcomes, and the board and the public need time to work through these issues in a thoughtful way. The second reason is that regular meetings with the public comment period are an extremely important platform for the public. I have watched families use public comment as a venue to spotlight problems that they tried to solve with the district on their own, such as problems with staff at their school or safety concerns. It would be a huge loss to lose half of those meetings. The Seattle School District is a complex organization that oversees a $1.2 billion budget and it impacts the lives of nearly 50,000 students and their families very deeply. Meeting once a month is not enough oversight during an enrollment and a budget crisis or any time. My expectation is that our elected and appointed officials hold regular meetings at least twice a month to show their work to the public. And my expectation is that these meetings allow for public comment. I urge you to adopt a regular meeting calendar that meets at least twice a month. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Jackins.
My name is Chris Jackins, Box 84063, Seattle 98124. On action items on today's board agenda, I am including written comments. Two examples. Number one, on the Moss Adams contract, Moss Adams' expertise would be misused toward reducing the board's due diligence with delegation of monitoring to staff. This sounds like the FAA and Boeing. Number two, on final acceptance of field work at Madison and West Seattle High School. These projects included artificial turf with Forever Chemicals. On school closures, 4 points. Number one, I have visited many targeted schools, and I have provided the district with dozens of signed statements by parents and others opposing school closures. Number two, there are other ways to address budget gaps, such as using the interest on capital funds to help out with operations costs, as allowed by state law, RCW 28A 320320. Number three, the district notes that its local operations levies are capped by the state, but the district can and does accept money from separate city-run levies. The district should ask the city to repurpose existing city levy funds to keep schools open and to retain teachers and other staff. Number four, I have helped people go to court to fight past school closures and to petition to recall school board directors. I will happily do so again. The board directed the superintendent to present a school closure plan by June 2024. That did not happen. The board agenda does not include a vote to authorize a plan for September. The board should vote tonight to stop the school closure process. Please do not close schools. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Betty Pauley. Betty Pauley.
Hello, my name is Betty Pauley, a parent of 2 young children in the SPS system. I came here today with prepared testimony, but after engaging in today's presentation, I'm going to go a bit off the cuff. Board members, thank you for humanizing this process, emphasizing transparency, for considering the timeline, the enormity of this proposal, and the magnitude of accountability that sits on the shoulders of the superintendent, SPS staff, and ultimately the voting members of the board. The timeline feels overwhelmingly congested and rushed, which brings me to my most significant point. It is our expectation that you, Dr. Jones, and the board are making your utmost priority the psychological experience of the individual child. It is alarming to us that you plan to initiate school closures in the 25-26 academic year. This plan most significantly impacts would-be 5th graders, the exact same kids who were most negatively impacted by COVID as they experienced kindergarten remotely. We are seeing from this cohort devastating behavioral challenges. It is undeniably true, and research supports, that disrupting this cohort's fragile stability the year before they make the change to middle school would have long-lasting detrimental effects. Continuity of social groups is important to children. Again, Dr. Jones, I urge you to come. Assess for yourself the vibrancy of the places you are contemplating closing. We have faith in you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sherilyn Crowther. Sherilyn Crowther.
Hi, I'm Sherilyn Crowther, and I am the immediate past president of the Seattle Special Education PTSA. I have my notes, and then I came to listen, and I've been rewriting the whole time. And I also had a good conversation with Dr. Torres, which I hope proves true, that staffing for special education students will be available the first day of school in all schools. Okay, but the one thing that I really wanted to talk about is something on the consent agenda item for Blue Sprig Pediatrics Autism Program. It's all of a $1.5 million expansion, or a total of $1.5 million. But I'd gotten curious after talking to a school board member down in Kent about the growing business of ABA by national organizations. Blue Sprig is owned by KKR, a worldwide private equity firm. It is part of their healthcare growth portfolio. In other words, it is an investment expected to generate significant returns. I choose to believe that funneling more money into a profit-driven entity is disturbing to special education administrators within this building, though I suspect the finance and budgeting departments see this as an obvious solution. Use the state's safety net funding to pay private businesses instead of providing the services through hiring, training, and supporting staff, a more sustainable service, and integrated into the schools. When did special education services become a moneymaker? In much of the talk about well-resourced schools, I've wondered, do people recognize how under-resourced special education is in this district? I intended to talk about equity. Instead, I am talking about private equity, making money off of the public school system. With the changes that we have ahead of us and the potential threat or concern about charter schools taking over some of the buildings as well, I want to keep some of this as public schools, public, free, and appropriate education. Thank you.
The next speaker is Laura Marie Rivera. Laura Marie Rivera. And speakers, as you come to the podium or unmute, please do reintroduce yourself, especially if I have mispronounced your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Marie Rivera, and I yield my time to my favorite Seattle Public Schools students who have been very patient this afternoon.
My name is Alice, and this is my brother Zach. Today is our birthday, and we are here to remind you that we have about 50,000 students here in Seattle Public Schools, and this means that we have 50,000 individual learning profiles. This is why we must keep the option schools open. K-8 schools, dual language immersion, advanced math, inquiry-based learning, parent partnerships, STEM or STEAM, career and technical skills, alternate high schools or early college. Our students need all of the options, and in the name of equity, we need to have more options available instead of less. And I am here to remind you that student outcomes focused government needs to focus on the students, and as individuals, the CDC says that 1 in 4 people have a disability, but it seems like SPS does not consider us when making new policies. I am concerned that nobody is thinking about us when closing schools either. For example, why is the school nurse 2 days a week? What happens on the other days? And when consolidating schools, where are the additional staff to help with special education needs? SPS has not considered our needs in the past. Students with disabilities are some of the students furthest from educational justice, and SPS must do better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zach and Alice, and happy birthday.
The next speaker is Andrew Broninger.
So I get to follow that. Okay. Like many of the previous commenters, I came in here with prepared remarks. I rehearsed it, and then I kind of threw it all out because I thought today's presentation was very good and very informative. So I sort of had to sort of write new things on the cuff. I'm just talking about a few things that I didn't hear much about. First of all, I'm a parent of a second grader at North Beach Elementary. North Beach is one of what President Rankin talks about, one of these North End schools is pretty old. And those of us in the North Beach community are quite concerned about the prospect of our school closing. We love that school. But you know what we're also very concerned about is what will be the experience, regardless of whether the school closes or not. We've looked at what the plan for well-resourced schools is, and it does not look good. You know, everything the previous commenters mentioned about, you know, the nurse resourcing and the, you know, everything else, the counseling, everything else, it does not look like the definition of a well-resourced school. This is clearly a school system in crisis. I want to know, what are you doing to advocate with the legislature? The district is in grave financial peril. And, you know, it's not just a $100 million deficit now, it's growing to $150 million in 2 years. And what are you going to do 2 years from now? Are you going to close 40 more schools? I mean, it just doesn't work out. It's a statewide crisis in K-12 funding, and I think it needs to be addressed at the state level, and I want to hear what the Seattle School Board is doing to advocate with the state to really fix the problem and not do these paper cut fixes that you guys are proposing. I also think personally the estimate of saving $30 million from closing 20 schools seems wildly optimistic. We've seen from other school districts that have done this, they have not realized cost savings that they hoped for, and I'm very curious I would love to hear you all explain why you think Seattle will be different in that regard. And finally, the demographics. You know, it's hard to escape. Yes, people are having smaller families, but I walk around my neighborhood in Crown Hill, and every third lot is being redeveloped from single-family homes to townhouses and high density. And it's just hard to connect these realities together. So I'm looking forward to digging into the data that you all share to really understand whether I can actually believe the trends you project. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brendan Levy. Brendan Levy.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm a parent with kids at SPS, speaking about the mass school closures. I appreciate what you've shared tonight. I just want to get out of the theoretical and into actual alternatives. As an example, the slide showing a plan entitled Maintain the Current System of Schools with Cutbacks isn't great, as its red backwards arrow seems designed to imply. But actually, I think a majority of us would prefer that, even with some larger classes, to the bulk closures as you proposed. The trust inherent in stable neighborhood schools gives us the emotional and literal space to fight for enrollment regrowth. There may not be 5,000 additional kids to enroll in Seattle today, but we're losing families to the east side in part based on this constant short-term thinking. In other cities, mass closures of neighborhood schools effectively cause means testing and insidiously worsen inequity, harming student outcomes as rich kids move to private schools or out of the district, shrinking the pie for all. SPS runs on enrollment dollars, but to stabilize enrollment requires a culture of trust, transparency, and shared community long-term vision. In theory, it may make financial sense to put every student into a one-size-fits-all school using statewide staffing models. However, in practice, I don't think that's what parents want or what's best for kids by the data, and will accelerate a vicious cycle of self-fulfilling decline in the kindergarten capture rate. The school my kids go to is small, but its teachers and staff love it. The climate survey was overwhelmingly positive. Our school is small, but we have green space and fields used by teams across the city. Our school is small, but it's efficient and uses less tax dollars to educate each child than the enrollment seat earns from the state. Our school is small, but I vastly prefer it to a big box school across busy streets that tries to check off every part of a well-resourced school's checklist. I don't want our school to close, and at the very least, I want to be meaningfully involved in the choice. We want to be your allies asking the state for the money our Constitution promises. We want to be your allies in designing an optimistic and pragmatic vision for the future. Give us plans, constraints, and real alternatives as President Reagan urges, and let us decide with you. Thank you for your service.
The next speaker is Leslie Harris.
My name is Leslie Harris. I am a has-been school board member for 8 years. From an admired teacher in the district, quote, punting as often as the Seahawks. You had this conversation in November. Plenty of time this last year to listen as opposed to carefully choreographed sit and get meetings, which you chose not to have in the southeast portion of our district. Don't get it. You didn't suddenly wake up and realize folks have a desire to be part of the solution. You kicked the can. You have been working with a matrix of decision-making for at least a year. Why so paranoid not to show that? If the draft list isn't available until September, and if there isn't a draft list already, then that's just plain cowardice and negligence. That compressed time frame with the legalities of closures, hearings, boundary changes. Boundary changes. You want to see ugly? Boundary changes. Budget deficit conversations, safety conversations, and hopefully changes, and holidays will prevent real engagement and the possibility for input and change. Oh, let's add to that list Beck's renewal levy and collective bargaining agreement negotiations. That's a perfect storm and was entirely preventable by planning and leadership. That which we aspire to teach our students, listening and learning. This dissolves trust in the district, its administration, and board, and I most sincerely do not wish to be correct in this analysis. It's painful. Please address the elephant in the room and processes about option schools and K through 8s, and the rationalization for those beliefs, and if it's going to happen, please say so and why. And please address how much real money will be saved for closures, netted out with the increased transportation, mothballing expenses, displaced, laid-off staff costs added to these equations. For example, is it true that some 40% of our principal corps is not coming back for 24-25? If that's the case, that's really profound. If it's not the case, let's give us, please, a percentage. Senior staff positions have exploded in the last few years, yet there has not been a commensurate quality uptick. And if you disagree, please tell us how. The Long-Range Capital Planning Task Force dissolved some years ago might have helped, as well as the defunct board committees for operations and finance. Even the executive committee may have assisted in ferreting out the details, proposed timing and work plan, and bases for such a large and belated undertaking. The district is now bereft of advisory committees or inclination to seek input from families, students, and voters. We obviously need the help. We could and can do much better.
The next speaker is Josh Doherty. Josh Doherty.
Hello, I'd like to cede my time to Heidi Yoakum.
Hi, I'm Heidi Yoakum. I have 2 children that attend Seattle Public Schools. I'm also a special education chair of our PTA at our elementary school. I'm profoundly concerned over the proposed closures, especially of the Continuum's elementary schools. It is essential that the board considers the far-reaching consequences of such decisions. I urge you to look at what you're mandated to do, especially in the RCWs. You can say it supports the learning needs of all the students in the district and give special attention to high-need schools and classrooms, and to determine the allocation of staff time, whether certified or classified. I take that as a huge charge. My son, who just finished 2nd grade, has had 7 special education teachers in his short 3 years of education. He should have only had 2. And in his program cohort, they didn't have an occupational therapist for 6 months. This is due to the intentional district understaffing and hiring of qualified teachers and support staff. He's finally excelling after 6 months of consistent and adequate staffing. Research shows school closures are disproportionately affecting students with disabilities adversely. They require consistent routines, familiar environments to thrive, and this upheaval caused by school closures can lead to regression, academic, and behavioral progress. Seattle Public Schools has not shared detailed plans on how they're actually going to implement well-resourced schools or transition special education services and programs to the schools that do not currently have them. Where are the staff going? Who are these staff? This lack of clarity raises significant concerns about the continuity and the quality of our education of the most vulnerable students. Seattle Public Schools must do better. We need concrete, transparent, which I do understand, plans communicated to us. How can you provide consistent, high-quality education and an inclusive environment if we don't have these? This is your legal responsibility.
The next speaker is Peggy Fu. Peggy Fu.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Lewis Fu, and I am the parent of 3 children in SPS, 1 in high school, 1 in middle school, and 1 in elementary school. I'm here to express my deep concerns regarding the lack of transparency, inclusivity, and accessibility in this decision-making process. In stark contrast to Seattle, San Francisco Public Schools has implemented multiple phases of community engagement regarding their upcoming school closures and mergers. Prior to their releasing their proposed criteria, they engaged thousands of participants through surveys, held over 30 public forums and community advisory meetings, and outreach to almost 300 community-based organizations. Moreover, San Francisco is hiring independent third-party researchers to rank schools based on criteria and will create several proposals instead of just one. They are hiring Stanford University to conduct an equity audit to ensure no community is disproportionately impacted. This comprehensive approach exemplifies how school districts should operate by prioritizing transparency, inclusivity, and genuine community engagement. Seattle Public Schools must strive to do better. We need a transparent process that involves all stakeholders and it includes a leadership commitment to increase community input. Hires independent third-party researchers like Stanford to vet proposals, and communicates clear timelines that do not change the day before meetings, which further erodes our confidence in SPS leadership and all of you on an already difficult topic. Our children deserve better than decisions made in the dark. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gregory Dawson Nichols. Gregory Dawson Nichols.
Hi, thanks for hearing me. My name is Dawson Nichols. I work for the Office of Head Start. I go around the country doing trainings on early child development and learning. My own children went through the SPS and are graduates now, so I am here only as a concerned community member and somebody who knows a great deal about how children learn. And I guess I just essentially want to say differently. Children learn very differently from one another. There seems to be an animus toward alternative programming and option schools that I really don't understand, and there seems to be a trend toward homogenization of programming and curriculum. And I just want to say that if we think that we can have one system that is going to serve optimally every child who walks through the door, they can be put through the same sort of program, we're wrong. Children, need different learning environments to reach their own maximum potential. We have, pea patches. And we don't ask that everyone plant the same thing and do the exact same kind of gardening. We shouldn't do that in our schools either. The metaphor I like to think of, and this is borrowed from a researcher much better than me, is that we are not carpenters, we are gardeners. We can't construct children as though they're coming down some sort of industrial line where we can do the exact same thing to each one, and each one will have a wonderful education at the end of this. They don't work that way. Plants grow differently, and they thrive in different environments. We need those different environments. We need to embrace those diverse environments. So if the upshot of a lot of your decisions tends toward a homogenization, I would ask you to rethink some of the decisions that you're making. The talk earlier about Thornton Creek being between two schools and conveniently having, some excess capacity. Well, it has excess capacity because people are not being let off the wait list. So in the end, it may look like this is an alternative program we can shut down. Please reconsider that. We need a lot of diversity in our educational programming. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jeremy Masner. Jeremy Masner.
Good evening. A well-resourced school is a safe school. SPS has failed to provide the resources to keep the students and staff at Garfield High School safe. Dr. Jones wrote that business as usual in the wake of such a tragedy is unfathomable, but business as usual is exactly what the Garfield community experienced after the March 13th shooting. You'll find in your email history my message from March 17th, pleading with you to imagine the headline, Garfield Students Slain, and asking you proactively prevent that rather than waiting to react after the fact. Your lack of response in March, April, and May is indeed unfathomable. Providing sustainable and equitable access starts with safety. I'm glad Dr. Jones outlined specific funded steps as a starting point, but what's happening at Garfield is unique and merits unique focus. Look at this sign. 7 incidents of gunfire at Garfield in 1 year. Compare that to Nova or Franklin. Garfield is an unhappy outlier. SPD tells us some of the gun violence comes from gang members driving to the school to target specific students. What resources are you providing to Garfield to develop a meaningful safety plan to get targeted students out of harm's way for themselves and their peers? Students tell us it's an open secret that some are bringing guns to school. What resources are you providing to Garfield to bring those whispers into the open and ensure guns are not present on school grounds? Dr. Hart has asked for the flexibility to have SPD in the building, which is why the PTSA's Safe Schools Action Plan calls for an immediate change to board policy to allow for a school resource officer at Garfield. Why is this policy change not on the agenda tonight? You need an immediate change if Garfield is going to be ready for next year. Gun violence is a community issue and needs a community solution, but Garfield cannot wait for any more forums or task forces. You are our school leaders. It is time to lead. Don't tell us what you can't do or why your hands are tied. Tell us what you need from the state and the city, and let us be advocates together for policies and resourcing to give Garfield students and staff the safety they deserve. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Lentz. Michael Lentz. Michael, if you're on the line, you'll need to press *6 to unmute. Not seeing Michael on the conference call line. I'm going to move to our next speaker and check back later for Michael. Manuela Sly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Manuela.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Manuela Sly. I'm a proud mother of 3 West Seattle High School graduates. I also serve on the Seattle Council PTSA board. I want to emphasize the importance to publicly discuss the progress monitoring of guardrails on today's agenda listed as informational items as follows. Number 1, the superintendent will not allow school and district initiatives to go forth without engaging students of color furthest from educational justice and their families, including those who have a preferred language other than English and who require accommodations for disability. Number 2, the superintendent will not allow operational systems to deliver unreliable service. And number 3, the superintendent will not allow adult behaviors in central office, school buildings, or classrooms that are misaligned with district-wide vision, values, and anti-racism initiatives. Thank you very much. I cede the rest of my time to Liz Berry, who is in the room.
Thank you. Thank you, Manuela. Hello, board members. I'm Liz Berry. I'm an SPS parent, and I've been a dual language Spanish immersion teacher in SPS since 2006. I was at Hamilton for 5 years, and I've been at Denny since 2012. These program models are very different, and while both have incredible value for our scholars, I want to ask you to consider a model that in the Southwest region that would provide access for all of our heritage Spanish-speaking students. The Denny and Concord programs are designed to prioritize the needs of heritage and native Spanish speakers. Biliteracy for heritage speakers is not just enriching, but it is necessary for them to have academic and social success within their families as young people and as they go on as adults. As you discuss school consolidations, I want to offer an idea that would better serve our heritage Spanish speakers in the Southwest region. I would like to see the expansion of the dual language program in the Southwest region that provides transportation to all heritage speakers and a one-step enrollment process that would facilitate it for families. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Justina Schwartz. Justina Schwartz. Is Justina in the room? Justina, if you're,
good evening.
We can hear you,
Can you hear
Justina.
me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Seattle School Board of Directors, Superintendent Jones, and members of the community. My dog says hello as well. My name is Justina Schwartz. I am a single mother of 2 Seattle Public School students, including a neurospicy kiddo and the Pathfinder PTSA president-elect. Before I get into what I came here to say, I really want to acknowledge the brave students for their testimony this evening. Your voice matters so very much, and please never forget that. I am here to speak on behalf of over 350 parents and caregivers of the Pathfinder K-8 community, where we have been struggling for years with a lack of leadership, accountability, and communication from our administration. As a parent, I send my kids to school with an expectation of a safe, supportive, and positive learning environment. I feel that is a pretty basic right for all students, However, that has not been the experience of many at Pathfinder, or from what I hear, several schools in Seattle. I've connected with dozens of caregivers who have followed the district's process, sent their concerns in email, filled out the forms, and our administration responds with either dismissal, gaslighting, or just silence. That is not leadership, and that is not how you build trust or community. Taking it a step further, we have sent numerous emails to Director Carter and Dr. Jones, which have gone unanswered. With the exception of Dr. Carter asking to meet with our group during the May 2nd board meeting, which seems like an attempt to block our group from speaking on that day, the lack of response and any effort to communicate from our district leaders exacerbates the frustration and concern within our community, driving further disconnection between the administration and the community it's supposed to serve. Pathfinder, K-8, and every school deserve a safe and supportive learning environment where accountability and communication are prioritized. At Pathfinder, we need new leadership and we need change. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kathleen Warren. Kathleen Warren.
Hello.
Oh, we can hear you, Kathleen.
Hello. This is Kathleen Warren. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Kathleen Warren, and I wanted to speak about my child's experience at our school with trying to get them the help and support they need. My child's school conducted a special education evaluation after we had been trying to get her help since for the past 5 years since she was in first grade. She's now a rising sixth grader. The special education evaluation that they ended up conducting this past year did not appropriately address her needs. We requested an independent educational evaluation at public expense, also because my autistic child's communication was not assessed properly, and her assistive technology needs were not even part of the evaluation. The school psychologist sent me an evaluation report before the eligibility meeting at my request and recorded that he did not qualify her for an IEP. He even named the attached report file DNQ, does not qualify. The psychologist began the evaluation review meeting by informing the team that my child did not qualify for an IEP. I am a certificated teacher, and I know that the eligibility decision is the decision of a multidisciplinary team, which includes parents. I've seen the psychologists in meetings for other students at the school to do the same for other students, not allowing team discussions or any input into whether the student should qualify for special education services. He acts as the sole decision maker. This is leading to several unsafe situations and also many students not receiving the services that they deserve and that they need to access their education. I've experienced several instances where the psychologist denied eligibility for services or declined to even assess students who clearly needed them. My child continues to need services, as evidenced by various incidents, including the principal of the school restraining her on the floor and then isolating her. We can't punish children for their disability by physical violence. I'm concerned closing smaller schools such as our school, Pathfinder K-8, could have a catastrophic impact on students with disabilities. My child's teachers and her close relationships she was able to form in a small school with looping is the reason she has been able to stay in school at all. Moving towards a centralized learning system like the district is proposing in its Well Resource Schools plan will not allow students with disabilities access to their free and public education like they are entitled to under the IDEA law. Moreover, it could put an undue stress on students that need unique educational opportunities and more options like other students have discussed on this board meeting. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Nicole Patton. Nicole Patton. Nicole Patton. I'm not seeing Nicole on the line. I'm going to move to Yana Parker.
Good afternoon. My name is Yana Parker. I am the co-president and then next year president of Seattle Special Education PTSA. In a recent meeting, Dr. Jones, you challenged people to say SPS doesn't provide high quality services. You do not. If services are not provided consistently and to all students who need them, we can't pride ourselves on having high quality services. This goes for special education evaluations and IEP services, highly capable and multilanguage learner services, as well as quality curriculum for students with dyslexia, mental health services, assistive technology equipment, sufficient nursing services, and more. Equitable access to education is very much a privilege dependent in SPS. The district's exit survey for families does not ask for reasons for unenrolling students. Instead, the drop-down menu lists options for future plans for the students' learning. There is no comment box available for input. We need to know the true reasons why students are leaving in order to improve services and ensure they want to stay and/or return. Look at the more than triple cost of risk management insurance premiums in just 6 years on the meeting's agenda. It is now nearly $9 million with $500,000 self-insured retention a year. I understand that this amount shows that SPS is high-risk district, prone to litigation, and utilizing the insurance far more than others. When parents get desperate enough to get their child the support they require to learn, a couple of dispute resolution options are special education community complaints with OSPI or due process hearing. The insurance provides the district with $5,000 for legal fees for special education community complaint and $35,000 for due process, which can be expanded as needed. Parents also get nothing, but additional burden to advocate for their children, and their child continues to struggle while the adults are fighting. Please listen and collaborate with the student, parent, and teacher communities. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to our speakers who we did not hear from earlier. First was Michael Lentz. Michael, if you're on the line, please press *6 now to unmute. I'm going to make sure everybody is able to unmute that we have on the line right now. Michael Lentz. Okay, I'm not seeing Michael unmuting. And then our other speaker is Nicole Patton. Nicole Patton. Okay, I'm going to move to the wait list then. Oliver Miska? Is that Oliver that's unmuted?
Hi, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. I was there earlier, but I had to go to a different event. My name is Oliver Miska. I'm a substitute in the Seattle Public Schools and a community lobbyist. Tonight in the conversation, from what I did hear in the district proposal, there was kind of two elephants in the room that were spoken around, one of which was ethnic studies and the other one was progressive revenue. I was going to talk more about progressive revenue today, but it was so interesting hearing, references to diverse curriculum and students seeing themselves in the curriculum over and over again as a goal for our schools in the well-resourced school plan as under the sort of inclusive umbrella. But what I didn't understand and what I see in the schools and what students are saying is they're calling that ethnic studies. And we're all calling that ethnic studies. But when we're talking about all of these reforms and we're painting a pretty picture about culturally responsive this or restorative justice practices that, but when I'm talking to WABLOC, who's providing those services, Community Passageways providing those services, they're having a really difficult time accessing any grants through the city and don't want to partner with SPS, and all their money is being cut currently. And that, whether or not that has anything to do with Mayor Harrell cutting, the mental health funds the $10 million from 20 is one thing, but it's definitely related. But it's just certainly alarming to hear all this language around diverse curriculum when students have been in school board meetings month after month calling for ethnic studies. It's called ethnic studies. So that's the first elephant. And the second one is progressive revenue and our spending allocation and the formulas that go into that. The Superintendent Brent Jones came into the community meetings one at Garfield that was talking about coming back to the community with a nice tight plan to go to the legislature to fully fund our schools. Well, WASA's already developed the plan to the legislature, and right now it's just special education increased by a tiny amount, which Senator Wellman's fighting against, I'm sure you know, increased admin costs and addressing some inflation costs, but I don't see anywhere on there progressive revenue and addressing the revenue, which right now is relying on really, really regressive, the 49th most regressive in this country, right before Florida, tax policy. And we're relying on property taxes that ultimately just burden renting people and working people. So I would really like to see Superintendent Jones and the board stick their necks out a little bit beyond what WASDA is doing and support some progressive revenue, and also look at an overhaul of how our allotment and spending goes to individual schools. Because right now, according to Professor David Knight's work at University of Washington, we're spending 3% less on average in school districts with low income and higher proportions of students of color. And I know that we have the weighted staff model for our allotment, and that does wonders, and it's only doing wonders because the state is failing to do that. And so we have the opportunity to not just have what our legislators are doing, increases to property taxes, lifting the levy lids, the bond lids, the voter thresholds. No, we need progressive revenue. We need to tax the rich. And those are some things that we would love to work on with you, board and superintendent and the district, to support and mobilize parents, families, educators, youth to Olympia this January. So thank you for your time today, and appreciate the discourse.
The next speaker is Carol Rava. Carol Rava. Is Carol in the room? Carol, if you're online, please press *6 to unmute. Okay, moving down our wait list to Samara Inayat. Is Samara on the line? I think I might see the right number online. I still have a hand raised. If you press *6, it should unmute. Oh, here, let's try this.
Hi.
Now we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time and for the discussion today. Well, with the discussion on the budget challenges, the idea that closing schools appears to be the primary path to addressing the shortfall may seem logical, but if you think about it and really think about it and not take for granted what you're told, you might come to a different conclusion. Initial reaction may be that, yes, it must be cheaper to have fewer schools, but please think about it. There's a lack of transparency in actual costs and impacts here. Schools do not pay a property tax, so the cost of holding the physical building cannot be very large. Mr. Podesta says that it is not inexpensive to maintain buildings. I would ask, can you please show us the exact cost numbers for this maintenance cost, and also how you're going to save money to arrive at the $100 million shortfall? You're currently spending around $90 million on a school in my neighborhood to increase capacity where it's actually not needed. But I digress. Perhaps just a better use of funding would be something to consider. Maybe if you hadn't spent that $90 million on this school where capacity was not needed, you could have done those maintenance, could have taken care of those maintenance issues. Okay, so the number of teachers, is that going to be a cost saving? No, because the number of teachers is mandated by defined student-teacher ratio. So you need the same number of teachers because you have the same number of students, whether you operate out of 100 school buildings or 120. So there's no cost savings there with the teaching staff. The only part there may be savings would be individual principal salaries for closed schools, which is likely offset by the added transportation costs to bus children to more schools further outside of their current neighborhoods. Is that really the path to 100 million plus in savings? I would like to see numbers to make that connection. I would ask the school board demand the school district offer clear details on how these actions actually serve the community and quantify the real budget impacts of such actions. Show us the data, please. Show us the numbers. I'm glad you are asking how these actions will result in better student outcomes, but please also ask how specifically we arrive at any savings whatsoever when all things are considered. Also, please remember, smaller schools are a better learning environment for children. Thank you for your attention today, and thank you for your service.
That was our final speaker for today.
Sorry, I've got the wrong stack of paper in front of you. Okay. We have now reached the consent portion of today's agenda. May I have a motion for the consent agenda? Move it and then I'll ask for.
Okay. I move for approval of the consent agenda.
I second.
Approval of the consent agenda has been moved by Vice President Sarju and seconded by Director Briggs. Do directors have any items they would like to remove from the consent agenda?
I do. I would like to remove item number 7, approval of amendment to Blue Sprig pediatric contract for the 2023-2024.
Sorry. Okay. So may I have a revised motion? Oh,
Liza, can I remove number 4, approval of the 2024-2025 regular board meeting dates?
okay. So we've removed item 4, item 7. May I have a revised motion for the consent agenda as amended?
I move as revised for the consent agenda. Is that right? Approval of the consent agenda. As amended.
I second all that.
All right. Approval of the consent agenda as amended has been moved by Vice President Sarju and seconded by Director Briggs. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda as amended, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry. All right, I believe I heard everybody. This motion is passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so I would entertain a motion for items removed from the consent agenda. I don't know if it matters if we go in number. Does it matter if we go in number order or the order they were removed? All right, let's start with number 4. May I please have a motion for item number 4?
I'm moving for approval. Thank you for your patience. This is confusing. I move that the board approve the following 2024-2025 regular board meeting dates. August 28, 2024. September 18th, 2024. She said I had to read them all. October 9th, 2024. Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. December 18th, 2024. January 22nd, 2025. February 12th, 2025. March 12th, 2025. April 23rd, 2025. May 14th, 2025. June 4th, 2025. July 1st, Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district. She said I had to read it all.
Okay, I second that.
Yeah, I'm going to move we get rid of seconding, and not right now, but just to note, the Tuesday, the November, that's a Tuesday, that's a change from the original posting in case you missed it, because we have a WASDA meeting. And then the last regularly scheduled board meeting of the year is a Tuesday again, as it is this year. All the other ones are on Wednesday. I know we had some odd ones this year on a Monday, and all the other ones on a Wednesday. All right, Director Top.
Sure. I will ultimately support this motion, but I pulled it just so I can put an emphasis on the idea of there is a lot going on from August through July 2020, August 2024 to July 2025. Thank you, Michelle, for reading off all those dates. And it's going to take a lot of coordination. It's going to take more than just one meeting a month. And I'm going to put an emphasis on making sure that at our board retreat in August, we schedule these out and publish them for the public and for ourselves. I think that is imperative for us to do, both because we have so much going on, but also for our community who we want to inform and be as transparent and open about our processes. So I pulled it just to highlight that again and really push us in August to schedule these things out.
I don't need to second it, but I totally agree. And related to that, you should have in your emails requests for dates for that retreat. So please respond if you have not.
I have not responded, and I will.
Great. Any other questions on this item? All right, Ms. Wilson-Jones, roll call, please.
Director Top?
Aye.
Do you want mine? You got a few?
Director Briggs?
Aye.
Director Clark?
Aye.
Director Hersey?
Aye.
Director Mizrahi?
Aye.
Vice President Sarju?
Aye.
And President Rankin?
Aye.
This motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you. May I have a motion for the other item pulled from the consent agenda, item number 7?
I move that the school board authorize the superintendent to amend the contract with Blue Sprig Pediatrics in the amount of $777,000. No, 777, what? How do I read that? 367,000. Ooh, my math skills have gone. Bringing the total contract for 2023-2024 to $1,527,367 for applied behavior analysis therapy for students as required by the Students Individualized Education Programs, also known as IEPs, from September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2024, with any minor additions, deletions, modifications deemed necessary by the superintendent, and to take any necessary actions to implement this contract. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
I second.
Director Sarju, as the puller of the item, please take the floor.
One of the things I think sometimes that is a really good outcome of public testimony is very astute and educated parents actually pointing things out to us that we wouldn't have otherwise known ourselves. And thank you to my friend Cheryl Lynn. After that, and then after hearing about some other stories about students and their efforts to get IEPs and the challenges and the problems that their families have had, I have real pause for concern about a priority of profit versus over a priority of our students. In my opinion, based on what I've heard, and I'm open to hearing a reason why I should vote for this, I don't believe immediate action is in the best interest of families.
Before I go to Dr. Torres, okay. So the reason that this item is on consent is because according to our policy, it's above a contracted threshold. So I just want to be clear, I guess, that we are veering into the territory of superintendent work, not board work. And this is extremely, I almost swore, serious, the amount of money that is being spent protecting the liability of the institution instead of ensuring that the needs of children are being met is something I have a lot of questions about and have talked with legal counsel about to figure out how that information can actually come to the board. I also have questions about contracting with outside agencies and the increase in the number of behavioral techs and the expense associated with those, and the revolving door of people coming in and out of buildings. Understanding there are many complexities with staffing and all kinds of other things, but in an effort to say something that is board work, I'm thinking about what are the questions that we need to ask, and as we're setting, and questions from the governance level, how can we actually address this instead of when there's one item to be approved? Like, this is a ongoing chronic problem that I'm really tired of. and it's expensive. And so that's...
It sounds like maybe a guardrail.
I mean, it is a guardrail, and actually, quite frankly, the interim guardrails do not get at like the removal of students from class, missed instructional time because of behavior, the failure actually to provide safe and welcoming environments so that student behavior leads to scenarios where they are removed from class instead of being educated, the lack of appropriate intervention at a time where support can be provided instead of removing them from their environment. So say that to like, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm also thinking like probably at this point, this item, whatever children are already planning to attend this program, I don't know that voting no makes the immediate sense, even though it might feel like the right thing, but it's a bigger problem. So then where do those kids go?
Can I get some clarity? Is this money already spent for the past school year, and is already the services have already been provided? So this is not moving forward. We've already essentially
Sorry, actually,
spent
yes.
this money.
Yes, it's for the past school year.
Yeah, and I guess then that leads to my question of when something starts below the board threshold but goes above, what is the mechanism for us to know before, I guess, the money has been spent, like, such as in this case?
Well, for me, it's not about the money, it's about the students.
Fair.
And so we need to actually monitor the services that are being provided and whether or not students are getting the support that they need, regardless of the amount of money that the contract is. And we don't have to wait for a contract to come forward to care about the services that students receive. Dr. Torres, do you have anything else or anything specific to this item that you want to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that when we think about this, I am duly noted on some of the board testimony from earlier around private equity getting involved, and there's some work that should be done on our end to double check some of this. One of the issues that complicates this is the fact that when you go to look for providers, there are not tons and tons and tons of providers that can provide these services that are specified for students. So not surprised to hear that private equity firms have figured this out and are trying to profit off of it from public schools. That is not a great thing, but at the same time, it takes us to a place of when we comply with the federal law, this is a team decision as to what the needs of the student are. And once a team has made the determination that that's the service we need to provide to the student, we have to provide that to the student. So it puts us as a district in kind of a rock and a hard place between there because we do not have an option. It is not within our scope, my scope, the board scope to say that we do not follow an IEP team decision. We have to follow an IEP team decision. But in that vein, I think there's further discussion to potentially have over how do we access ABA services. Now we know more about who's getting into the game and why. But at the same time, there is a limited number of providers for ABA services. On the flip side, there's a whole nother level of conversation that I think as a district we should be getting in around ABA, applied behavior analysis, because there are two competing thoughts on that. But I do like to note that in general, people do prefer ABA type therapies at this time, which is why we see such an uptick in it. But there is more conversation to be had about that over, is that potentially the most appropriate path to go through when a kid requires some sort of behavior modification? Open to further questions, of course, though.
I have a quick question.
Go
The
ahead,
bar
please.
said this was for tuition. Is this a school we're sending kids to, or is this services?
This is a service for Blue Sprig, and so they provide us a therapist, and we have to pay a sort of a tuition for the service.
So they're coming into the buildings, or students are going there?
It depends on the IEP. It could be a various mix depending on what the team determined.
I don't have any questions that wouldn't lead us into a 4-hour conversation on this, so I'm gonna.
Okay.
Unless you had further question that you needed, okay. Oh, it's been moved, right? Sorry. Ms. Wilson-Jones, roll call, please.
Director Briggs?
Aye.
Director Hersey?
Aye.
Director Rivera? Oh, this is an old document. Let's go with Director Mizrahi.
Aye.
Vice President Sarju?
Nay.
Director Clark?
Aye.
Director Top?
No.
President Rankin?
Aye.
This motion has passed with a vote of 5 yes to 2 no.
Because of time, because we have to have the budget hearing starting at 8, I'm going to skip now in our agenda to the introduction of the budget so that then we can have the hearing. going out of order on the agenda because we're going to go back to them because we have to have the budget hearing at 8 o'clock, and so we need to have it introduced before we have the hearing. And if anyone is here to provide comments in the budget hearing, the sign-up sheet is in the back of the room. And Dr. Buttleman, whenever you are ready.
Dr. Jones, do you want to start, or do you want me to start? Go for it. Okay, so finish by 8 o'clock, is that what I'm hearing? So
that's when the budget hearing is scheduled to begin,
now.
yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Kurt Buttleman, Assistant Superintendent for Finance at Seattle Public Schools. This is the culmination of 9 separate meetings with the board over the course of the last year. Today we're going to talk about the goals and principles and timeline for which this budget was developed. And just to be clear, this is for the 24-5 budget that will start in the fall. A lot of the discussion earlier in the meeting was about the 25-6, so this is kind of putting the final touches on the 24-5 budget. We have some highlights and a summary, information on enrollment, general fund, which is the one that gets the most discussion in these meetings, some required and maintenance supplies and operating cost information, and then some other information on the associated student body, debt service and capital funds, and then a 4-year forecast. Next slide, please. The goals and principles that the board established in September are represented here. I won't belabor those. You've seen those, but these were what guided the process this last year. We can go to the next slide. As I said, this is the 9th meeting on the budget for 24-25. In September, which was the foundational, talking about the goals and principles, the need for some ongoing solutions for the 24-5 budget development process, and the over-reliance on some of the one-time funding and how to wean the district from some of that. In October, some potential solutions were presented to the board for discussion. Subsequent to that, in November, a resolution was brought forward to get guidance from the board on how to approach more details on those solutions going forward. December, the board adopted that resolution to begin, and then the staff began the work to start to balance the budget for 24-25 using those tools. January was an update on the governor's budget, some of the impacts that would have going forward, and then the legislative updates in March. The recommendation was made to the board, a preliminary recommendation on how to close the gap for 24-25, which was estimated at $104 million. The board provided feedback, and so an amended proposal was brought back in April. And then in May, the board approved the utilization of a loan to balance the budget for this year up to $35 million, delaying the repayment of the rainy day reserve fund one more time, and then the utilization of $2 million in capital fund interest to balance the budget for 24-25. So today we've got the culmination of all that work presented. Each of you should have 200 and something page budget book with a lot of details. Those are also available online. This is the recommended budget. This presentation, we can go to the next slide. This next slide is sort of an attempt to make it understandable for just the general public in terms of what the main drivers of the budget are for 24-25. And you'll see there the budget is going to be $1.25 billion for the Seattle Public Schools. And there have been ongoing reductions of around $90 million over the last 2 years in those budget balancing exercises. The major changes for 24-25 that are included in this budget are continued reductions at central office and staffing and other expenses, some school staffing allocation reductions, some compensation reductions for non-represented staff, a handful of other one-time solutions like the loan, like the capital fund interest, and then the introduction of convenience fees for families who are using credit cards to pay for Seattle Public Schools fees, and then voluntary athletic fees implementation. And as I mentioned, the short-term interfund loan is a part of the balancing for the 24-25 budget in the amount of $27.5 million. So just to repeat back at the last meeting, authorization was given for up to $35 million, and so the 27.5 is what will take place for the 24-25 budget. And just to be clear, this will need to be repaid by June 30th of 2026 back to the capital fund of Seattle Public Schools. The budget does maintain the strategic plan investments at $8.3 million. No reductions were made there. And then just again, to be super clear on this point, not talking about school reductions or school consolidations for this 24-25 budget that we're talking about tonight. And I have 3 more minutes, so let's go to a couple more slides. Can you go to the next one? This is, go one more, let's try. So here's the resources that come into the district. Let me get, and you'll see that the majority, about 2/3 of the funding is from the state. About 15% of it is from the local levy. There was discussion on that tonight. And then the other 20% is federal, the city levy, some other funding. So those are the main resources that come into the district. We can go to the next slide. One way of explaining how the district is spending its funding is by activity groups. So teaching support, the principal's office, other support, and central administration. These are the most digestible ways of separating the expenses. And so we've included those definitions here for folks so they have that information. And then the next slide is a breakdown on some of that expenditure activity.
Just on the state activity groups defined, where does special education services fall?
Yeah, it's not an activity. Linda's reminding me. It's in the program section. So there's 3 ways that the expenditures are sliced. And so if you go to the program area, that's where special education shows up specifically. Embedded in some of these activities like teaching, special ed teaching, staff, those would be in there. But it's not specifically outlined in the activity section. So you see it there in the program section. And we're almost at 8 o'clock. And this isn't as informative as I would have liked it to have been.
Well, this is not the first time we're seeing it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if am I interrupting? 2 questions. One, I had asked couple, I can't remember if it was the last work session or before that, about conservative staffing in October and the offset, or the whether or not that would be an offset with, how am I trying to say this? Sorry. The balancing out of compensatory services and for missed instruction, if there's missed instruction, if we undercount or understaff. And then the other one was the overages, planned overages, and how high do we get before it actually would have been better just to hire another teacher. That was something I asked about seeing reconciled a little bit ago, and I can't vote on this until I see the answer to those questions.
Can you repeat the first question again? I don't.
The first question may hopefully be mitigated, but basically the cost of if special education resources or staffing isn't in place in alignment with where students actually are, if the projection is under, the cost of compensatory services not mitigating. I need to understand how that the hedging bets on that, I guess, ends up, it seems to me, being more expensive and less service for students.
So I can speak to that on behalf of Dr. Buttleman, but the way that special ed staffing works is not on the projected enrollment. So if you look at the way that the collective bargaining agreement is written, it is something that is reviewed every 2 weeks by a relief committee. The reason that you don't do special ed staffing on a projected enrollment measure is because you can't get into predeterminations. And what that means is if you look at the IDEA, you can't, let's say that it's Rocky. We cannot say that we're going to predict Rocky's going to have an IEP. That's called a predetermination. That determination is something that's made by the IEP team, and the parent actually has to sign off on the services for us to begin to say we're going to service that student. So essentially the way that we worked with SEA in writing the agreement now talks about we go into the relief committee every 2 weeks. There was a meeting that was conducted recently, and the way that the staffing is done is the kids that are actually qualified that we know we're going to have in seats in September, that's how we staff, and that process took place this month. And so special ed did push forward to Kurt's team what those numbers were needed to be to make sure that the kids that are qualified that we're going to get funding for and not in a predetermined way will have staffing in place come this fall.
And that is a change from last fall.
Yes.
I would love a more confident yes.
Yes. No, yes.
I would love a more genuine yes.
No, it is definitely a yes. It was
Okay.
done through relief committee. It was pushed forward. That it has been received by the finance team, and it was very intentional to do it through the relief committee. If we think about throughout the school year, prior CBAs had us doing the changes at the quarter, if you remember, and that was also causing the same problem that you're referring to. Doing it by the every 2 week process ensures that we're capturing the most accurate numbers. So that numbers that are going to be forward for the fall are based on the kids that were qualified in our system and going to be
They're
in our
actual
system.
in, what is that? I can't remember what that
Like
system's called.
actually signed off the parents
Yeah.
have to sign off saying yes, I agree to the service. Those are the kids that we're going to be staffing for.
Okay. Is there, I know that the SEA contract, they don't work all through the summer, but that sometimes identification or an evaluation will finish over the summer. I am assuming the relief team doesn't meet every 2 weeks over the summer.
It does not.
What's the,
That we're going to have to reconcile in September once we have a. But yes, you are correct that there will be evaluations that occur over the summer. In those cases, those are what we'll have to address first thing in September and get those moving. So there might be a slight gap, but that's just part of the way that the
right,
school calendar works.
but not in mid-October gap, please?
That is not
Hopefully,
the intent at this
not
time.
a planned gap. Okay. Thank you. And I will look forward to sometime between now and next week, I guess, on the answer about the overage.
Yeah, and I have a lot of information on that. I'll work with the superintendent on the best way to get that to the board.
Great.
Responsive to your question.
Thank you. Well, I think, let's see, I can check with staff. I believe, can we go to the hearing and then return if directors have more questions? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So this is like a funky thing that we haven't done before. So do we, thank you.
So you want to recess the board meeting for the duration of the board's special meeting for.
I see, okay. All right, the board is now immediately recessing the regular meeting into a public hearing, which will look remarkably like the regular board meeting. We're not gonna move. All right, we're now out of the regular board meeting. We're now in a budget hearing. So this is President Rankin. I am calling to order the board special meeting at 8:05 p.m. Oh, do we have to do roll call on everything again? Yes? Oh, yeah, because it's a different meeting. Okay. For the record, I will call the roll. Do we lose Director Briggs? Or just temporarily? Oh, okay. For the record, I will call the roll. Director Briggs. Here. Director Clark.
Present.
Director Hersey had, I think, we have lost Director Hersey, yes? Yes. No, I think he had to leave. I just, didn't connect all. Yes, he said he had to leave at 8. Director Mizrahi.
Here.
Vice President Sargio.
Present.
Director Top.
Here.
And this is President Rankin. Testimony signups have been accepted online for those testifying remotely. We also have a sign-up sheet here tonight for those with us in person. We will begin with those in-person testimony signups and then move through any additional testimony remotely. We had a general public testimony session during our regular meeting earlier, and this hearing is reserved for testimony related to the 2024-25 recommended budget. Speakers will be given a maximum 2 minutes, of speaking time. As a reminder, written testimony is also accepted. If you are unable to finish your comments in the 2-minute window, you may provide any remaining and any already said also in writing. Once your name is read, staff will begin a timer. A beep will sound when your time is exhausted. And I will just say, unless there are students speaking, I'm going to actually cut you off at 2 minutes. So please honor that warning light. And then the beep. Ms. Wilson-Jones, please read off the speaker list.
The first speaker is Chris Jackins, who will be followed by Christy, you're going to have to help me with your last name when we get to you, and then Vivian Song. There's a list in the back of the room if anybody has changed their mind and wants to add.
My name is this working well for you? My name is Chris Jackins, Box 84063, Seattle 98124. I appreciate the budget book's nice layout of information. On the general fund, 3 points. Number 1, the current district funding model forces schools to compete with each other. Number 2, please increase the size of both the interfund loan and the general fund use of capital fund interest. Number 3, the district should ask the city to repurpose existing city levy funds to keep schools open and to retain staff. On the capital fund, 3 points. Number 1, the Rainier Beach project has a future $10 million cost overrun. Number 2, the Memorial Stadium project is a mistake. Number 3, please halt the use of artificial turf contaminated with forever chemicals. On the superintendent's cover letter, 7 points. Number 1, the superintendent's letter states, quote, given that the state funding model is based on the cost to run a 400-student elementary school, elementary schools fewer than 300 students are simply not sustainable and dilute resources throughout the system, unquote. Number 2, this is a simplistic, deceptive, and bogus argument. Number 3, one could similarly say that the superintendent's salary is simply not sustainable and dilutes resources throughout the system. Number 4, or that everyone should wear the same average shoe size. Number 5, the issues are more complex. Number 6, the district has an idea in its head that the variety and sizes of schools currently in the school district are a problem. The district needs to change its mind. This resource should be used, not closed. Number 7, schools can and should be kept open. Please amend the budget. Thank you very much. Nice to see you again.
Next is Christy Mathay. I can't.
Super close. Christy Mathay. Thank you so much. So I'm here to talk about pretty specifics, down into the weeds of one specific elementary school. And that has to do with the funding for Thornton Creek Elementary School, which is an option school. It's a pre-K through 5 option school. The budget proposal is based off of the enrollment projections for Thornton Creek, is my understanding. And my understanding is that the enrollment at Thornton Creek is being artificially lessened. So it is currently slated to have 390 students next year, which is down from 455 this year. And the school capacity is actually 660, and we have a 45-person wait list to get into kindergarten for next year. So we're not filling those kindergarten spots. My understanding is that we'll have 2 kindergarten classes instead of the 3 that we have this year. And so there's definitely a need. I think there's 80 people total on the wait list to get into Thornton Creek school-wide. And I'm trying to understand why we're not fully enrolling Thornton Creek, and then also to urge you to fully enroll Thornton Creek because it's a really great school. And when we were talking earlier about students and who gets to go to these well-funded schools, in my mind, Thornton Creek is exactly the definition of a well-funded school, and I'm so disappointed that there's so many students that are wanting to go there and that the school district seems to be depriving them of the opportunity to do that. So thank you so much for your consideration.
And then the final speaker on today's public hearing list is Vivian Song.
Good evening. I am Vivian Song, former school board director and an SPS parent. I recognize the extreme efforts that Dr. Jones and his team have undertaken to present a balanced budget. However, I urge you to vote no on it because I don't think it will adequately address SPS issues. Dr. Jones was correct that there are no good options, but at this point, a better option will be to vote to put the district into financial oversight, a form of insolvency allowed under state law. This would be an important step that will allow SPS to work with the state to make the structural changes needed. Dr. Nyland, the superintendent back in 2018 when the McCleary solution was finalized, predicted this moment. Other districts such as Marysville have already taken this step. They will not be the last. This recommended 24-25 budget requires borrowing against the capital fund. The hope is that it will be repaid by cost savings from closing schools. This is very risky. Does the estimated $35 million of savings include assumptions of lost enrollment after schools are closed? We know from the last time SPS closed schools that enrollment dipped sharply. We know when schools move temporarily, when their building is being rebuilt or renovated, families leave. Indeed, several of the elementary schools, which now have less than 250, got there precisely because they moved. Queen Anne Elementary, Montlake, among others. This budget also doesn't address the largest source of our deficit, special education. School closures will exacerbate this deficit because with a percentage cap on special education, students funded by the state, if we experience a significant change in the denominator of that ratio, total students enrolled, we risk more deficit spending. Both Dr. Dylan and Dr. Jones are right. SPS has exhausted all it can do. It is time for state intervention. Don't throw the dice that school closures will solve our budget woes. The risk reward is not there, not when it so directly impacts kids. Vote no on this budget and vote yes on financial oversight. Thank you.
President Rankin, that was the final speaker on today's testimony list for in-person signups, and we did not receive any signups for remote. I'm going to refresh the page just to make sure nobody else. There are no remote testimony signups, so
okay,
that concludes your testimony list.
Okay, so I have to adjourn this meeting and go back to the other meeting? Is that right? Okay. So fun. All right, as there's no further business on this agenda, this meeting stands adjourned at 8:15 p.m. Would directors like a moment before we resume the regular board meeting? Yes, quick break. Director Briggs has a parenting duty to attend to. So I'm going to go earlier. We missed the completed audit report from the chair of the audit committee, Director Briggs. So we will do that. And then we will just party it on through the rest of the agenda.
Board Procedure 6550BP Internal Audit requires an announcement of completed internal audits. As the Audit and Finance Committee Chair, I am announcing that at the June 4th quarterly audit meeting, the Office of Internal Audit presented 2 internal audit reports for the Northgate Elementary School replacement project, one related to the electrical work and another related to the mechanical work. All audit reports are discussed at a public audit meeting, and the completed reports are posted for public viewing on today's agenda and on the Office of Internal Audit Department website. The end of announcement.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you and good night. You are free to go. We have a quorum where it's okay. Yeah, we do. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. and we got even one more online, so we actually still have 5. We have a super quorum. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. We've done consent agenda. We went back into the audit. If I am reading this correctly, do we now have action items? Is that where we are? Oh, excuse me, sorry. Okay. If there are no further questions for the budget right now, you do have one?
No. I will submit my questions to Dr. Buttleman to answer later.
Perfect. I'll just say we are scheduled to vote on the budget next week. So if you do have questions, you have a couple of days to get those in and hopefully receive answers by the time we come to vote. Excuse me. Okay. Everybody ready? Yes. Okay. We are now moving to action items on today's agenda. The first action item is approving the selection of school board student members for 24-25. May I have a motion, please, Vice President Sargio?
I move for the selection of school board student members for 2025. Approval of this item would select Colin Bragg, Safia Elias, Sabi Yoon. I apologize if I mispronounced that young person's last name, as the 3 school board student members for the 2024-2025 school year. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Approval of the selection of school board members has been moved by Vice President Sargio and seconded by Director Top. This will be the 3rd year of our student school board member positions. It has been such an awesome opportunity for us to have student members on the board. And they have been invaluable to our work in the last 2 years, and also very generous with being willing to start a new program. You know, we've had 2 years of, sure, you're student board members, and trying to figure out what that actually means together has been really, really great, and it's just going to keep getting better. So really grateful for the insights and leadership of our previous student members, and very excited to meet and begin working with our recommended appointees from our student-led selection committee. Do directors have any questions about this item? All right. Then I will call for the vote.
Director Clark?
Aye.
Director Mizrahi,
Aye.
Vice President Sarju,
Aye.
Director Top,
Aye.
President Rankin.
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Nice. All right. Looking forward to meeting them in August. The second action item is approval for naming the Rainier Beach High School Gymnasium the Michael S. Bethea Athletic Complex in honor of Rainier Beach High School basketball coach Michael Bethea. May I have a motion for this item, please?
I move that the school board approve the naming of Rainier Beach High School Gymnasium the Michael S. Bethea Athletic Complex. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Second.
This approval of this item has been moved by Vice President Sarju and seconded by Director Top. I see Richard Best approaching the podium, and please take the floor.
Thank you, Director Rankin. Again, Richard Best. I'm Executive Director of Capital Projects Planning and Facilities Operations, and I'm really honored to present this bar to you tonight on behalf of Superintendent Dr. Brent Jones and the Rainier Beach High School community. Mike Bethea has been a long-standing coach at Rainier Beach High School. He has been there for a period of 30 years, and he is demonstrated a clear commitment to that student, to the students furthest from educational justice. During his tenure, he has had 180 students earn athletic scholarships to 2- and 4-year collegiate institutions, and I just think that's a outstanding, that's why we serve in public education, is to create academic success for all students. So pleased to recommend to you tonight acceptance of this bar and the naming of the gym, the new gym at the new Rainier Beach High School in honor of Mike Bethea. And I open it up to questions.
Anybody have questions, directors? Dr. Jones?
Yes, I just might add that Mike is a pillar of the community in many ways. His reach goes far beyond basketball. He's one who's connected to a family, of an extended family as well, that has embraced the entire Southeast region. I've grown up with that family and have known them for pretty much all my life, since we were about 7 years old. And I just know of his family and the folks around them. I think there's some honor in us being able to name this after Mike Bethea. And it's not just him, it's the family that he's associated with. So I want to endorse this. Thank you.
Well, I think we're all looking forward to calling for the vote.
Director Mizrahi,
Aye.
Vice President Sarju,
Amen.
Director Top,
Aye.
Director Clark, President Rankin.
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Awesome. I'm assuming we'll all be invited to the name unveiling when it's ready. Yeah, that's really exciting. All right. The third action item is authorization to negotiate a revised employment contract with the superintendent. May I have a motion for this item?
I move that the school board authorize the board president to negotiate, with the assistance of counsel, a revised employment contract for Dr. Brent Jones to replace or modify his existing employment contract with changes that may include, but are not limited to, revisions to the existing salary and term. The revised contract, if one is successfully negotiated, will be presented to the board for approval. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Second.
All right, this item has been moved by Vice President Sarju and seconded by Director Top. I'm the sponsor of this item, so just briefly, states in the materials, but what this item would do is authorize me as the representative of the board to work directly with council to seek a revised employment contract with Superintendent Jones. The current contract is set to automatically renew on July 1st because of a complicated non-renewal. It's anyway. Basically, his current contract, as it was negotiated, the terms of that, of the negotiated terms end on June 30th, and we have an automatic renewal to 1 more year. And so, and then this would authorize me to negotiate a further tenure onto that. So if a revised contract is successfully negotiated, it would be presented to the board for approval at a subsequent meeting. I did not very elegantly state that. So do directors have any questions or clarifying? Okay. Then I will call for the vote. Unless you don't have anything to add, do you? Okay.
Vice President Sarju?
Aye.
Director Top?
Aye.
Director Clark?
Aye.
Director Mizrahi?
Aye.
President Rankin?
Aye.
This motion is passed unanimously.
Great. We will now move to introduction items. Oh my God. On today's agenda, wait.
We already did the first one. The student fees, fines, or charges.
I'm missing a page, I think.
It's in a different document. It's this one.
Oh, there's too many things up here. All right, thank you. Oh, yes, there's an introduction item, it's the budget. Hi. Okay. All right, introduction items. The first item for introduction is Resolution 2023-24-9, fixing and adopting the 2024-25 budget. Is it not that?
We did that one already.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's what, yes, okay, apologies. Approval, the actual introduction item that is going to be introduced, having not already been introduced, is approval of revised board policy number 3520, student fees, fines, or charges, and board procedure number 3520 BP. And I was going to ask for a motion, but it's an introduction, not action. So, Dr. Buttleman, please.
This is a motion to amend the policy and the board procedure around student fees, fines, or charges to allow for the voluntary collection of athletic fees for the coming school year with no impact on participation of students. And then once this is approved on July 2nd, assuming it's approved, the athletic department will begin communicating this to families and will be implementing it accordingly.
Do directors have questions?
Yeah, so I understand this is part of our budget, and we've talked about this quite a bit. I just want to, I guess, when we say it has no impact on participation of students in sports because it is a voluntary fee, how are we at all tracking whether participation goes down in the next year or so, seeing as maybe this is, however implemented, becomes a barrier to some students?
Yes, I think we'll put in place tracking mechanisms to make sure participation, if there's changes, if it gets attributed to this.
Okay. And I guess, so yeah, I think that's really important and something I think we will want to check back in a year to see if this is something we want to change from a participation standpoint. I guess my second question is, this has been a cost that's been covered by a generous donation to the school district. Have we asked that donor if they would be willing to donate again to participate or to fund this need? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, since it wasn't on the microphone, the response was that, yes, that the donor who originally provided that grant to the district and was anonymous, is anonymous to the public, not anonymous to everybody, and that person or entity has been contacted.
I don't have a question, but Director Top brought a thought to my mind, and that is ensuring that students understand that it is voluntary and that this message is consistent at every single school. It has to be the same message across the district, and that's that. Participation shouldn't go down if students really understand that you don't have it, great, let me sign you up. That's how simple it should be. There shouldn't be any feeling around, are you sure you can't come up with the money, that kind of thing. And if there isn't oversight and accountability to that, then that will become a problem to me. It's all in the messaging. The students do want to participate, and they shouldn't be made to feel guilty for the lack of financial ability of their families.
Yeah, that's the reason this makes me very, very nervous. I understand moving forward with it, but this still makes me very nervous. And I think 1 year, come back and review and see where we're at.
Any other questions? All right. Board self-evaluation, time use evaluation, we don't need to discuss unless Director Top, you have anything to add, but it's in our notes, and thank you to staff for including so that we can track previous months. That's great. We need somebody to do May and June. Do you want to assign somebody, or do you want to do it?
So I created a nice handy dandy spreadsheet for folks to use the time use evaluation. I think that I can do May if someone wants to sign up to try to do June and July. There you go.
All right. Let the record show. Director Top is going to do May. Director Mizrahi is going to do June and July. Thank you both. If there is no further business, going once, going twice. Checking with Director Clark. I'm about to call it. Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, great.
Thank you, guys.
There being no further business to come before the board, this meeting stands adjourned at 8:44 p.m. Thank you and good night.